Good morning and a very warm welcome once again to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the 2026 Australian Age Championships. Ahead of us, Day 5, Heats 5 of this Championships, and what a day we have ahead. I'm Will Rollo, joined once again by Matt Welsh and Emily Seabohm in commentary as we call you through these championships. We hit the hump day as we get ready for another fantastic day of this meet, and this meet shaping up to be one to be remembered. Plenty of age records fallen in. I think a few more to come today.
It really has. Morning, Will. Morning, Em. It really has been a great championships. And the officials moving on to pool deck. I think it will be one of those to be remembered. The records that have gone have just done so in spectacular fashion. We saw a 4-second Australian record in the 400 IM. We saw these 50s being broken in the heats, which you just don't often see. Sometimes be broken in the heats and then again in the finals. It's been really dominant through there. And it's been a lot of fun, hasn't it, Em?
It certainly has. It's been a great 5 days. Well, this is day number 5, but some absolutely cracking races on offer today. We're starting out with the boys 15 to 16 years, 200 breaststroke. We've got some 200 butterflies, 400 IMs, 400 frees. It's really a mixed bag. We take to the fastest event on the program, the 50 freestyle. We got some 50 breaststrokes, 100 butterflies, and we finish out the morning with our beautiful distance swimmers in that 1500 freestyle. That mental game will come into play later on this morning.
It's an event that's given us so much. We saw just how tight the race was for the 13-14s title all the way down the final 50. It delivered in spades last night, and we look to have 2 of the 3 heats swum this morning. That will, of course, end this morning's program and this evening's program. But the way we start, as was called, the boys, 15-16 years, 200-metre breaststroke, a very memorable name from these championships, entered in from lane 4, Lenny Grigor of Somerset, 2:15.68. We saw how prolific his breaststroke was. Now he has a chance to highlight it.
I'll throw into that mix Lucas Dunn, Christopher Montana, Oscar Dingwall. There's a whole bunch of names that are definitely memorable for their big swims. So as they come out onto deck, the crowd looking forward to this morning's action here under beautiful sun on the Gold Coast. It really has put on a show, the Gold Coast here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. It really has put on a show. The weather here, it's been a bit of a challenge sometimes for the backstrokers, let's be honest, but that's going to happen in any outdoor pool.
Christopher Montana broke the Australian record in that 50 breaststroke, and so it'd be interesting to see if he's got the endurance for that 200. They're like two totally different races, the 50 and the 200 breaststroke.
Yeah, different strokes, different pacing, different everything.
Take your marks.
So the first of the 9 heats in our first event for Day 5 hits the water. As we mentioned, Lenny Grigor swims from 4, Lucas Dunn in 5, but a chance for all the athletes to put their best foot forward. Just the 2 15-year-olds swimming from this heat, and of course, with the 200 breaststroke and with all the meets through these championships, whilst they're certainly swimming for gold this evening, there's obviously records on the line this morning, but there's also the chance to put your best foot forward for Junior Pan Pacific Championship qualification. The time for the boys 200 breaststroke is 2:16.89. So Grigor wanting to be out there fast, as is Hegarty through lane 7, leading the way.
Yeah, this 200 metres breaststroke, like you said, Emily, it's a really different stroke to the 50. You can see how much glide they get. And a great camera angle there, how long they spend underneath the water. So coming down to the turn now. Might even be able to get some underwater footage as they come off this turn. So we do push through, and really nice. Look how far they go underwater. So all they're using is the push, the streamline, the pull through, and then coming up, and they're making almost 15 metres. off the wall. And that efficiency is what enables them to continue to build this 200 and get faster and faster as they go through. So Lucas Dunn taking them through at that midpoint, 107.67. Only a hundredth of a second back. Hamish Evans from MLC Aquatic, third through 107.85. Only a couple of tenths back was Hudson Hegarty. And then Grigor, Lansbury, McDonald, Zhu, Weiss, Monaco and Tucker for the 10. But it is Lenny Grigor who really worked that third 50. He had the fastest third 50 in the field by a good half a second to Lucas Dunn. And he's really motoring home now to stamp his authority as fastest qualifier. And with 15 to go, Lucas Dunn is doing everything he can to catch up, but the glide is still there for Lenny Grigor. He's doing this easily. A 219.6 for Grigor, second through Dunn, 220.98. Great swim from Hamish Evans, 222.53. And then Ashley Lansbury in for fourth.
Shades of Leon Marchand with the breaststroke technique there for Grigor, which is obviously an exceptional comparison for Marchand.
It looks easy when they do that big glide. It looks like, you're not even trying, but, imagine an ice skater where they put that big push and then glide on it. It's the push that, is the exertion, and then they're just getting the reward from the glide. It takes a huge amount of power through the legs and the upper body, and you'll see how strong. You just have to look at Adam Peaty to see, how much power is needed for that breaststroke.
Take your marks.
So speaking of power, Matt, here we have our 50-metre champion swimming out of lane 4, Christopher Montana. Oh, wow. Explosive off the blocks there. You can see in the middle of the screen, now center screen in that white cap, just absolutely flying through these opening stages. You can see really high at the top of his stroke, but it seems to be working for him as he comes down to the first 50 as our leader.
Yeah, I hope someone told him this is a 200 breaststroke, because he really has gone out after it. He does come up high, but he drives himself forward really quickly. He gets back into that streamlined position and is able to really push through. Look, he finishes his stroke almost completely at the front before he does his kick, so he gets the most amount out of it. That's exactly what you want. Dressel de Bruin right next to him and not going anywhere. Colombet in 6, Tarrant in 3. They're finding out the minor places in this second heat. So, as usual, we've got 9 heats this morning, and this is a mix of 15 and 16. We will divide up our top 10 15-year-old swimmers, and they will compete in the A final, and the top 10 16-year-olds will compete in there. So, at this stage, only a handful of 15s in the mix. We had 2 in the previous heat, and I can spot about 4 in this heat. So we haven't even hit the 10 mark for that final tonight as they come down in that third 50, the all-important third 50, if you like. Only hundredths of a second between Montana and Dressel de Bruin, and that continues on to the final turn.
They're looking very strong down that last 50 metres. Quite the battle between Montana and Dressel de Bruin there in 5. So 4 and 5 really going for it. And looking at that first heat into this second heat, these boys have cut out that glide. More so than that first heat. They really accentuated that glide phase into this last 50 metres. They're really powering to the wall here. Coming under the flags now, Montana in front as he will touch the wall first in that time of 2:19.51. 2:20.56 for Dressel de Bruin, and Tarrant there in that 2:22.59. So Tarrant, 15 years old, so that will be your top time for a 15-year-old. That first heat, the top time for a 15-year-old was 2:25.66. So that new time is that 2:22.59. But a 2:19.51 for Christopher Montana there to take out heat number 2.
The solid swim. To see those 2:19s being dropped in the morning makes it really exciting. I think, we look at the 16-year-old title winner last year, 2:21.57. So we are seeing some sensational swimming to get through to the final. No surprise, of course, with the talent that comes through the 16-year age group. And more of them hoping to get a position for this evening's final as they jump in here for Heat 3 of 9. Maximus Smythe in the middle of the screen to the upper yellow lane. Starting to work through this opening 50. Oscar Dingwall as well. And the best of the charge looks to be actually Eagle out of lane 6. So as we look down the pool here, you can see the battle between Smythe and Dingwall, but it is going to be Eagle sitting in second on the turn there. A very smooth opening 50, just a fraction of a second off the pace from what we saw in the first 2 heats.
Yeah, great swim there from Maximus Smythe, taking them out nicely. Xavier Eagle trying to hold on and really going nowhere. So really nice swim there from a very experienced campaigner. Come down to the halfway mark, and they touch. And his underwater shot is so good. You can see the shape they make in their bodies, that streamline to go as far as they possibly can, be as efficient as they possibly can, and make the most of the power that they can drive off the wall. Now into the all-important third 50. Xavier Eagle just narrowly in front of Smythe on that turn and is pushing further in front. So he's timed this really well. And it will be Eagle coming down to touch at the third turn and to have a huge advantage going into the final 50. And you made a good note before, Emily, saying how much quicker they rate on that way back. They lose that glide. When they're fresher at the start, they can afford to have a bit of a glide and go fast. But as they fatigue, they have to make up for that fatigue with a higher rate. You can see them now really pushing hard. And everyone from Chester, Zimmermal, Vidal, Smith, Dingwall are trying to catch up to Eagle in 6, but I don't think they're going to do it. And he comes down to touch in a 2:23.83 to take out this third heat of the 15-16 200 metres breaststroke. Second of the wall, Smythe, then Vidal. And then Chester in top 4th place.
So a great swim for our 15-year-old to take out heat number 3. That will sit at the second fastest 15-year-old through those seeded heats this morning with that 2:23.83. Smythe in that second position, 2:25.01. Heat number 4 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
It's great to see the depth of the men's breaststroke coming to fruition here. Heat 4 on and underway. You can see only just over 3/4 of a second separating the entire field here in Heat 4. Incredibly close racing, and no surprise that we're seeing that play out early on in this heat. But once again, lane 6 with a good start through Wu.
Yeah, nice swimming there from Wu in 6. Also Aiden Park in 8, and it is Park who touches first. And a nice little battle in the higher numbered lanes there. So lane 8 first through with Park, 6 Wu, third was Hembling out in 9, and DeMartin wasn't far back in 5th. So lanes 6, 7, 8, and 9 where the action is at this early stage in this 4th heat. As we said before, 9 heats in total, so almost halfway through, and the top 10 of each of the 14 years and 15 will go through to tonight's final. Van Ruin out in 3 was 4th through at the turn, and he's really pushing himself up, but it's still these higher lane numbers pushing the speed. Hembling now taking the lead in the outside lane 1. You can see him there. He's almost hidden from view. And it's probably what is like for the other swimmers in the pool. They probably can't see him out there in lane 9. So it's Hembling from Park. Van Ruin into 3rd. He moved himself up nicely in this heat. Wu in 4th. Kuan in 5th. Caulfield 6th. DeMartin's 7th, and then Duncan and Langdon rounding out the field. But Hembling really pushing that third 50 and now into the last. He's got a good 2-second lead on Van Rooyen on the other side of the pool, and a similar gap back to Aiden Park. Now, they are going to come back at him. You don't get that third 50 for free when you push it that hard, and Van Rooyen is really coming at him hard. It's going to be tight down to the line. I think Hembling will hold on, but Van Rooyen is coming back very swiftly. So only about 5 meters to swim, and Hembling does hold on with a big glide to the wall of 224.56. That's a strong heat swim, especially from an outside lane. Van Rooyen in second, and Caulfield, Wu, and 5th for Park.
At 224.56, taking out heat number 4. Great job from lane number 9. We certainly see that a lot in those later heats, those outside lanes being able to do some massive PBs. This time in the program was that 2:30 mark, so almost a 6-second PB for him. Heat number 5 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Hitting the water and underway. We're moving through at a rapid rate of knots on day 5. Zheng in the middle of the pool on the screen now for Nunawading. They've produced so many fantastic breaststrokes. As you look to that stroke there, that is great swimming, really tight through the in sweep of the stroke, and it's driving him towards the front alongside Jack Charles in 3. But the lead, as we pan across, looks to be sitting in lane 8. Yes, it is. 32.9 on the turn.
Yeah, what it is about these outside lanes, I love that they just go out after it. They're not letting their lane allocation dictate their place in their heat. And Clayton really going out after it. Charles out in lane 3, Zheng in 4. We usually expect that sort of pace from the middle of the pool. It is early days, though, and we know how important the third 50 is. But Charles really getting right out in front of Zheng. So it's Jack Charles taking through from Cranbrook, a 16-year-old in front of the 15-year-old Jaden Zheng from Nunawading. So he's got about a 1-second lead over Max Clayton out of lane 8. Can he hold on for this third 50, though? It's all well and good going out with a strong 100, but if you can't back it up in the second, it's going to be a very long time in the water.
He's doing a great job, Charles, of holding on to this 200 breaststroke. He certainly powered through at that 100-metre mark and still powering through at that 150-metre mark now. He's holding on to that lead, but Clayton in 8 is fighting back. Those middle lanes battling it out for that third position. As we come down to 25 metres left to swim, there is still opportunities to make this final tonight, so giving everything you got this morning counts. They got 15 metres left to swim. Charles holding on in lane 3. He wants to take out this 5th heat as he comes in under the flags. Now we'll have a look at that time he's able to produce. Zheng fighting back in 4, but not enough. Charles takes out the win in that 2:27.76, 2:29.27 from Zheng there. And Coulter in that 2:30.09. So a great job from that heat number 5.
You could see just how hard they were trying to get onto the wall there, Em. I saw this interesting breakdown from the Paris Olympics in the 100 backstroke. Obviously, a pretty long bow to pull here to compare 100 backstroke to the 200 breast. But Thomas Chacon in the opening 50 meters was sitting at a 2.5 meters per stroke, down to 2 meters on that final 50. We'll make the comparison in a second, but we dive into the pool here with heat 6 of 9 in this men's 200 meter breaststroke, in fact. And they say it's best to start long and finish strong. So often we'll have people watching the breaststroke and think, why don't they do the rating all the way through the race? And it's because it's not tenable to keep that incredibly high stroke rate all the way to the finish. So they start nice and long, hold those strokes all the way out the front, and then as the race comes closer to the finish, they bring in that rating and try and somewhat survive onto the wall.
Jan turning through first in front there, that 33.09. In that second position, Wade right next to him in 7, having a great battle, those two boys. I think when it comes down to stroke rate of swimmers here in a 200 or even 100, it differs depending on where that fatigue is coming from. For me, I always rate it up a bit more because my legs were sort of really fatigued and really lactating, so I wasn't able to maintain that long distance that you usually be able to maintain at the start of the race. Jan turning through at that 100-metre mark, that 1:11.12, that second position taken over by Lewis out of lane number 1 in that 1:12.01, and that third position from Ball in lane number 2 in that 1:12.20. Doing a great job is these boys battling it out between Jan and Lewis, either side of the pool. So breaststroke, obviously, unless you're turning your head in that breath to have a look around, which you shouldn't be doing, you're not able to really see anyone near you at all. It would only be on the turn that you would be able to take a look at the rest of the field and see where they're sort of sitting. But Jan doing a great job out of 6, holding on to that lead in front of Ball, just ever so slightly as they come down to that last 50. So we'll see that rate come up. It might be fatigue. It might be that they are trying to give whatever they've got to the end, but it's likely fatigue as they come down to 25 metres left to swim. Doing a great job trying to hold on is Jan in 6, but Lewis looking strong in that lane 1, but also powering through here is Ball in lane 2 as he will take that touch on the wall in that 2:28.75. Bang bang there in that second position, that 2:29.73. And Jan able to hold on for that third touch on the wall, that 2:30.79. As that is heat number 6.
Yeah,
Zach Ball.
Zach Ball came home, looking at those splits, came home 2 seconds faster than Jan. That's why he was able to get onto that wall first. We talk about the importance of the that last section of the race and saving yourself. But heat 6 swum, won by Ball, Labang Jan, Wade and Lewis for the top 5. And now we move into heat 7. Only 3 more heats to go.
Take your marks.
They hit the water here for heat 7. His athletes dive in. 2:34.14, the fastest through for Oliver Yin. Flying off the blocks is the Carlisle athlete in the middle of the pool. And on your screen now, you can see a really strong breaststroke. Just in sweeping quickly, getting into that streamline, exactly what you want to see on the opening 50 of a 200. His athletes will most likely have to drop about 10 seconds off that personal best to get into this evening's final. And it looks like it's going to be flanking the field. Turner turning in third. In fact, Martin leading the way.
Yeah, very early stages in this heat 7. But Turner looking very strong in that lane 8. Now, we talked about that pacing and trying to get that just right. And it really is, I think probably the best way I've heard it said is the first lap of the 200, you want to swim like you've got 200 metres to go. The third lap, or the second lap, swim like you've got 150 to go. And it gets faster and faster. Third lap, swim at more like 100 pace. And the last lap, it's almost like a 50 pace. You just got to keep the rating up and get going. And as the fatigue sets in, it's the best way to maintain the speed. You've got to compensate for the fatigue by lifting the rating. And really nice swims going on in this 7th heat. Ma in the outside lane 1 took them through at the halfway mark, a 1:11. Second through Martin, and then Leon as they come down to the third turn. It's going to be very close between Ma and Lehan. So 151.6 plays a 151.9 with 1 lap to go. Third through was Van Diaz, Martin and then Wong in the top 5. But this is the important one. They set themselves up beautifully in that third 50 and now into the final 50. That nice bright pink cap in the middle of the pool is coming in strong. Salehane in lane 5. Is he going to get there with a nice big stretch? He does, a 2:31.01. Wong in second with a great final 50. Came back faster than anyone. A 2:31.17. 2 seconds faster than most of the field, in fact, Alec Wong. Easton Ma, 2:31.52. Sheldon Vas Diaz. And then Thomas Martin in for 5th.
Party continues here as we turn our attention. Heat 8 up next. We start to move to just the 15-year-olds competing.
Take your marks. Stand out, swimmers.
Well, just a little bit of movement on the blocks there. So well done by our incredible officials to stand the athletes down. We'll see how they line up now as they get ready to race. So off and underway. This is, of course, Heat 8. 1 heat to come following this. Eddie Wang in the middle of the pool for Knox Pimble. We have this great shot down the pool. You can see lanes 4 and 5 battling through the early part of this race. It's somewhat deceiving on this opening 50. We've seen a lot of the leads come from the outside of the lanes, and it's exactly what we're seeing again.
Yeah, looking very strong down that first 50. Almost a dead heat. Walter's touch is in front of Wright for the first to the wall honours. And that pace is really important. Getting yourself out at the right pace is important rather than just fast. The speed is one thing, but it's the energy used to do it. If you go out exactly at the right time, but you use more energy than needed to do it, then it's really going to hurt you at the back end. So looking very strong. Here's Max Walters in lane 6. Owen Wright. Both of them decisively in front of the rest of the field. So right through in first, a 1:11.24. Walters in with a 1:11.90. Max Shee at the top of your screen is doing well. Turn through in third. Only about a second off the leaders. So from that outside lane, we've talked about the relative disadvantage of being in that outside lane, but he's doing a great job holding on there. Lane 2, Kalen Theodore, he's coming through strong. And same with Hugo Mertens in lane 8. But with 1 lap to go, it's Owen Wright in front of Walters, which has been the theme throughout this second last heat.
Wright doing a great job holding on to the last 25 metres of this 200 breaststroke. The boys fighting back here. Theodore next to him into really starting to make a push. Walters out in 6, really firing down to the last 15 metres of this race. Wright's trying to hold on, but Theodore might have taken over that lead, and out on lane 6, Walters really powered through that finish, that 2:32.27 for Max Walters to take out heat number 8. Theodore in that second touch, that 2:33.51, and Wright with the third hand on the wall, that 2:34.12. A fantastic job for Max to take out that heat number 8, that 2:32.27 for Max Walters.
I love the little fist pump there as well from Maxi Walters on the wall. It's good to see the athletes really getting amongst it, and deservedly so. You work so hard for these results. A 4-second PB there for Max to take that heat 8. And he would have been working for that event for at least the last 6 months, most likely the last 12, and probably even longer to get here. He's shown up, he's stood up for not only himself, but his friends and his family that have put together such a strong result. So happy for him and happy for all the boys in Heat 8 as we wait for, of course, the results. Once again, we get confirmation now. It is the way for Max Walters, PB. Great job, Max.
As we move along now, this is your 9th and final heat of the men's, the boys, 15 to 16 years, 200 metres breaststroke.
Take your marks.
What a way to start. Day number 5 here, the 200 breaststroke. Absolutely love this event. Such a technical and tactical battle. And we're seeing that play out through the first 25 metres. Once again, looking to lead the way is Ericsson out of 6 for Kinross Wallore. And sitting on the screen currently is Geordie Neville of Mittagong. Sorry, no, in fact, that was Jasper Harvey of Emmanuel. So those 3 in a line to hit the wall first. Emmanuel, represented in 5, will sit second. Ericsson, in fact, turning in first there. Just 0.01 separating them at the turn.
A great battle happening here with lane 6, 5 and 4 there. So Ericsson took over that 50-metre turn there in that 33.96, but just 0.01 in front of Harvey. Right next to him in lane number 5 in that 33.97. Neville with the third hand at that turn, that 34.13 as they come down now to that 100-metre turn. Gong out of lane number 1 has smashed this second 50 as he heads into that turn. It is Neville taking over the lead in that 1:13.13, just in front of Gong there, out there in lane number 1, that 1:13.27, and that third touch gone to Kim out of lane 3 in that 1:13.64. Changes of lead here in this 200 breaststroke. So we've seen one lead at the start from Ericsson. We've seen Neville take over in lane 4, and looking strong out there is lane number 1. Lachlan Gong doing a great job of this 200 breaststroke as they come in for that 150-metre turn. Gong ever so slightly in front of Neville in 4 as they come to that turn now. He has taken over that lead in that 1:53.17. Neville in that second position, 1:53.38. And that third position, Harvey out of 5, that 1:54.27 as they power through to 25 metres left to swim in this 200 breaststroke. His time in the program is at 2:38.22, so he's trying to smash that here this morning in these heats at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. He's doing a great job as he's about to come under the flags now. He's still holding on to that lead he has produced from that 100-metre turn. And he's doing a great job onto the wall, that 2:32.05 for Lachlan Gong there to take out heat number 9. Neville with that second hand on the wall, that 2:33.59. And Harvey third to the wall in that 2:34.32. So a great swim from our swimmer out of lane number 1. Lachlan Gong takes out your 9th and final heat of the boys 15 to 16 years, 200 metres breaststroke.
Some great reactions there from the times on the board. Pretty much all of the swimmers in that heat, the times of 2:37 to 2:38. So we know lots of personal best times being dropped, but none more so than Gong with about a 6-second time. Our top 10 from this morning, fastest 15-year-olds will go through to their top 10 final. The next 10 top 10 16-year-olds will go through to their final. As we move now to the boys 17 to 18 years, 200 metres butterfly.
So another 200 event. This one, probably one of the toughest on the program. The 200 butterfly is taxing on the arms and the legs. But Machiro Honda, a visitor from lane number 4, has had a cracking age championship so far. And the boys are off. This is your 17 to 18 years, 200 metre butterfly. Our visitor in lane 4 has had a massive program, but off to a great start was Grayson Doig there out of lane number 1, powering through this first 50. Long and strong in this butterfly. Looking good out there is Wona in 5. Our visitor from USA turning through in that 26.60, 26.82 for Machiro Honda, and a dead heat for that third at the moment with Zhu and Allen there in that 27.39. That 200 butterfly, one of the hardest 200 races out there. Very taxing on the body, but doing a great job is our visitor out of lane number 4, who's taken over the lead from Wona, our other visitor. So Machiro Honda taking us through in that 57.40, 58.16 for Wona, and that third position there, 58.75. But a tough battle for these boys in those top spots.
Yeah, Machiro Honda really working that second 50 of this 200. You can see the enormous wingspan and stroke length as he drives forwards, grabs the water and basically does a pull-up to bring himself forward through the water. And he's onto the wall with 50 metres to go on a 1:28.94. Now 2 visitors in the middle of the pool now being really pushed by Alefni in lane 2, Zhao in lane 3, and Allen in lane 6. Rona just being pushed back to 4th now. But it is the red cap of Machiro Honda who is going to be touching first. Alefni in lane 2 looking strong for second place, and then Zhao. So Machiro Honda touches first in a 2:01.21. So a nice way to take out the first heat of the boys 17, 18 years, 200 metres butterfly.
Our visitor takes that one out in that 2:01.21, heat number 1 done. Strong second 100 from Asuma in lane 2, Efni, with that 2:04.50. A fantastic job to sneak himself into that second position on the wall. Zhu there rounding out the field in that 2:05.07. As we move along, this is heat 2. We have 5 heats of this.
Take your marks.
So hit the water here for heat 2. The 200 butterfly well underway. Great start from Charlie Lutton. We've seen how strong he has been over the 50 and the 100 throughout his career, and now he's making an impact through this opening 50. The Brisbane Grammar athlete, we know he's come into this in fantastic form, and he is exemplifying that 26.27 open 50.
Yeah, great swim there from Charlie Lutton to take the honours at the one lap. The pace, we've talked about how important it is to get the pace right. I've got to say, the pace of Lutton is enormous. He is swimming this like a 100 metres butterfly. This is a very quick out, and the energy used to do it. I don't know if he's going to be able to maintain this the whole way through. This is very quick. He touches in a 56.81. That is significantly faster than we've seen so far this morning. So he wants to have a dominant win here this morning in the heats. And the others are really going out after him. So Gibson through third, and he's the closest to Lutton and looks like he's sprinting to try and catch him. Really interesting to see how the others have responded to Lutton's speed. Cordis out in lane 7. He was second through. And now almost doing the exact opposite of what we talked about in the breaststroke, of building it. Lutton almost just easing off a little bit, and that's allowed Gibson to get right back into it. So only about a second of them separating the two, and I think in a few strokes they're going to be absolutely side by side. Tuxford in 4th as they go through with 50 metres to go, but that was a dynamic first 50, really 100 for Charlie Lutton as they come down.
He looked like he was quite long at that 150 metre turn, so something to sharpen up tonight as he heads down to the wall. He will touch the wall in front, Lutton, in that 2:03.43. Gibson second on the wall in that 2:03.68. And Tuxford third to the wall in that 2:04.12. he certainly went out after it. He powered through that first 150, and then that last 50 almost let go of it ever so slightly.
Yeah, and potentially that's how he wants to race the final tonight, and really getting out after it. He wants to know what it feels like, and then can sort of make a decision on how much he's got left to give in that second 100 tonight. I do like that tactic, so that'll be an interesting one to see as we move on to Heat 3.
Take your marks.
Heat 3 will see some of the Chargers through to be competing against the likes of Lutton this evening. There's a lot of excitement for Joshua Jeong of Trinity Grammar swimming out of lane 4 on your screen at the moment. The new PB cap just driving them through this opening 25, but the party being stolen at the early stages through lane 3. That's Amin and Taiso out of 6. Taiso will lead at the 50-meter mark, so a very different tactic shown here through Jeong to what we saw in the previous heat from Lutton.
They're going out hard here, Taiso from Rackley, 27.05, not that far off that time from Charlie Lutton. So he's going out very strong too. Malik Amin in lane 5. He touched second. He's right in there. Kreutzberger has got a little bit of work to do to come back. Joshua Jung right next to him. Those two touched third and fourth. Fifth to the wall was Lachlan Thompson. Then Aiden Barnes. And it goes back to Iggy Brown, Ethan Ng, and Brody Cargill. Kean Knight for the 10. But Jake Taiso, he saw Charlie Lutton really back off in that second 100. Doesn't look like Taiso is. It looks like he's continuing to hold his foot down. He's done that third 50 in a 32.3, and that's similar, but still a little bit faster than anyone else in the field. So he's pushing this quite strong in the heat this morning. This is the third heat of 5. Only 2 more heats after this. This is only the first 2 heats were seeded, so this is the first of the non-seeded heats. No, my apologies, this is a seeded heat. So Joshua Jung, the third fastest. And really coming back on strong there's Kreutzberger. So he had a bit of work to do, and he did it. And touching a 2:04.00.
At least setting themselves up for a battle of the behemoths this evening. We saw just how exciting that 100 butterfly final was for the 18 years boys. Speaking with Gary Barclay, of course, Executive General Manager of Talent Pathways, among other things. He was saying just how excited he was to see these athletes come through to the next stage. The butterfly, one of the hardest strokes to develop into the senior field. As we turn our attention to the blocks, this is heat 4 of 5.
They've actually changed this, so there's only 4 heats now. So
yes,
our
we've
swimmers
just realised.
in heat 5 are now in heat 4.
Great pickup there, Em, as we now welcome out the 4th and final heat of the 200 butterfly. You can see all lanes filled across the pool, which is what we love to see in the 200 butterfly. It's a tough thing to pull out on day 5, but doing a fantastic job. On your screen is Soccer of... Yes, just checking the entry sheet. It is Soccer in 4, and he will turn through a little bit off the pace, leading... Sorry, not off the pace at all. Leading the way, 27.72.
Yeah, Soka there in lane 4, leading Yuan in second. He was out on the outside at the top of your screen. You could see him on that turn, blistering away from Berens in lane 1, that big margin. Kuma in lane 6 was third at the turn. Coming down there, you can see him at the top of your screen. He's got a good body length over Berens next to him, so it really highlights how far he pushed. So Matthias Soka in lane 4. Only swimmer underneath the minute mark at the halfway mark in this final heat of the 17, 18-year-old 200 butterfly. Yuan still doing a great job at the top, going in second. Kuma still in third. Woods now starting to come through, and he's got Soccer right next to him. So that red cap out in front, 5 metres to go. And it's got a good lead of... So, in fact, Atkinson coming through, looking at that lead. So he's got a good lead of over 2 seconds, does Matthias Soka. Atkinson really pushing that third 50. And Yuan, he was second. He's been pushed back to fifth now. So losing a bit of pace. That first 50 really hurt him. But a very well-paced swim here from the middle of the pool. And Matthias Soka touches in a 2:05.89. And that is a very strong swim, about 5 seconds faster than his entry time. So great swim, definitely worth a fist pump.
He seems very excited about that one, and so he should be. He takes out the fourth and final heat in that 2:05.89. Great results from those boys, some really massive PBs, and looking to be a cracking final tonight. As we have a look at the next event on the program, this is your girls 17 to 18 years, 400 individual medley.
So Matthias Soka actually made the final, made the top 10. So from an outside lane, you can see him there. He made the top 10 fastest times of the morning. So that's pretty impressive from the final heat.
Obviously, those boys in those top 10 positions will sort themselves out in the 17-year-old final or the 18-year-old final. So Macho Honda, the 17-year-old, taking out the top time from the 17 and the 18-year-olds. We've seen that a lot from him throughout this meet, so fantastic for him to be able to do that again. As we have a look now, the 400 individual medley, so all about that all-important breaststroke leg.
Yes, the 400 IM never fails to deliver.
First of 3 heats hits the water here. We can see once more a full field taking to the pool. It's great to see both the 17 and 18 years girls in action here. Amelie Smith, the champion from the 1500 meter freestyle last night, post-race interview said the 400 IM actually her favorite of all events that she swims. So excited to see how she goes. And of course, if you want to see that action, head across to the Swimming Australia socials to check out everything from the 2026 Australian Age Championships. But Smith showing why she loves this event so much as she leads her through ahead of Vanselm out in lane 9.
That 400 individual medley comes down a lot, we see, in that breaststroke leg. So it's whatever lead you can get if you're not a breaststroker. But Amelie Smith dabbles in almost all the strokes, so she's fantastic in those longer distance events, but also in those medleys. Same with Ava Gasky out of lane number 5, really powering through that first 100. Smith turning through first in that 1:04.67. Ava Gasky in that second position, 1:06.10. In that third position, Vanselm from lane number 9 in that 1:06.49. So we'll see if those backstrokers can make a break here in this backstroke leg before we head into that all-important breaststroke where we know the lead will chop and change.
So 3 heats this morning for the girls' 400 metres individual medley. Only the top 2 are seeded, which means the fastest swimmers really are bunched together, and we are going to be treated this morning to a great swim. So putting Amelie Smith and Ava Gasquet right next to each other, you can see what it's doing. They've pushed themselves well in front of the rest of the field. Riley down there in lane 6. She's coming in 4th. Vanselm, who's doing a great job in the outside lane, holding on for 3rd. She's out of camera, but down the bottom there. And coming through now is Gasquet in the backstroke. They're going to touch at very similar times and then going into the all-important breaststroke.
So Ava Gasky taking over the lead there in that 2:21.53, 2:21.66 for Smith, and Allen in that 3rd position, 2:27.09. As we head into the crucial breaststroke leg, Smith taking over that lead over Gasky now in that breaststroke, only 25 metres in, and was able to extend on that lead. We'll see if those breaststrokers can pull through in this all-important leg. Allen doing a great job in 3, trying to make her move on those top 2 girls. But Smith certainly pulling away from the rest of the field. She's got 2 body lengths now on Ava Gasky right next to her in 5. As she comes to that first turn for the breaststroke, turning through in that 3:03.09. Ava Gasky there, almost over 3 seconds on that first 50 of the breaststroke, that 3:06.68. And Allen in that 3:10.10 there. So we'll see if these girls can do even more in this breaststroke. So Smith turning for that breaststroke, that 41.43. So well in front of the rest of the field. No one else close to her. The next closest, 43.01 for Allen in lane number 3. So a massive breaststroke leg for Smith as she heads in for that freestyle leg where we know she will be able to keep that pace going. Ava Gasky holding on for that second position, and Allen in that 3rd position as she fights through at that turn.
Amazing breaststroke leg there from Amelie Smith. Made a good 4 seconds on Gasquet next to her in the first 50, another 3. So 7-second turnaround in 100 metres is quite extraordinary as we go into the final 100 metres freestyle. That's what the 7-second gap looks like. And now has the ability to go into cool-down mode, basically. So she's definitely lifted the foot off the throttle. Hasn't taken it off completely, but there's been a sure lift. And why not when you've just delivered a massive blow to the opposition in the breaststroke. So save a little bit for tonight's final in this first heat of the 17-18 years 400 IM. The second heat getting ready to go, and they'll see this decisive win, and they know what they've got to do to go out after her. She touches in a 4:52.80. Gasquet in 7 seconds later as predicted. A 4:59 underneath the 5-minute mark though. 3rd through Allen. And then a visitor Riley from New Zealand, a 5:05. Hogan was in 5th, then Fleming Morgan, Van Selm, Cholera and Smith.
Tell you what, Matt, I don't know if I've seen an easier 4:52 for Smith there. She looks so comfortable in control all the way through. She's entered through 4:44.62, well under that Junior Pan Pacific Championship qualifying time. But the qualifying time I actually want to have a look at is the Commonwealth Games qualifying time, which is 4:36, or 4:38 in fact. So it's not too much of a stretch to see Smith potentially as one debut Dolphin if she has a good year through trials.
Take your marks.
But she has to get through the Age Championships first, of course, and that includes seeing who will be competing with Amelie Smith this evening as we welcome to the pool Heat 2. You can see a great start coming from Piper Asquith out of lane 5 for TSS. No, sorry, yes, TSS Aquatic represented in 5. Griffith Uni in 4. They have Julia Spedding, the 200 IM champion. And those are the top 2 at the turn. Asquith leads Spedding.
Well, we saw a dominant battle there for Amelie Smith and Ava Gasquet in the previous heat. I think we're going to see something similar here between Spedding and Asquith. These two athletes, their entry time's just that much further in front of the rest of the field. And it's when you can really put together every component of these individual medley races that your times drop considerably. So Asquith at this early mark, leading them through for the butterfly. Got about a second lead in front of Spedding. 3rd through is Chloe Burke out in lane 8. And then through to Candy Bates, Chu, Behrman, and then Dingwall and Gerstner. So this is combined race of 17 and 18s. And in total, it looks like we have just doing the quick maths, 19, 20, 21. Looks like we've got 21 girls, 9 of which are 18, and obviously the rest all 17. So the 18s fairly certain to make it through to the final. And these heats just determining our 17 finals. So Spedding doing a really nice job here in the backstroke. She's made that lead on top of Piper Asquith in lane 5. So just showing the importance of every single aspect of this IM. We're halfway through this second heat. And now into, going to say it again, the all-important breaststroke. It really is the biggest gap difference between a good and a great breaststroke. We saw a great breaststroke from Armley Smith that was a 7-second great breaststroke difference. And now Spedding with an advantage from the backstroke. And we'll wait to see her split at the 50 to see whether she has extended that lead.
Interesting that we only have 9 18-year-olds, so it's fantastic that these girls are combined in the 17, 18-year-old group, because otherwise the 18-year-olds really wouldn't have a battle this morning. It would be quite an easy swim for a lot of these girls, but they know now that the challenge is beating that younger age group, so it's fantastic that we have the option of the girls and the boys both being combined in those age groups. It makes it certainly a lot tougher in the morning and makes these athletes work that little bit harder, which is what we see at that open level. Hard heat racing, hard final racing.
Yeah, and we've seen so many events this week being better because of the combined age group. Again, having those extra people to race and race hard. While they're in the water, they're not thinking about what age group they're in. They're thinking about, I need to beat you, and that has led to some fantastic times. So with a very strong breaststroke, so Spedding got the lead in the backstroke, and she's increased that lead. She got about 3 or 4 seconds in each of the 50 of the breaststroke as well. So that lead has really increased because of it. So she touches first at the 150. Second through is Asquith, and they're going to be your first and second place. I can't see that changing at all, although there is a nice little battle. Bates is coming through strong. I don't think she's going to catch Asquith, but she's going to get a lot closer. So 5 meters to go for Spedding. She reaches out and touches in a 450.33. So very nice swim. Pretty much bang on her entry time. So marginal PB, but for a heat swim, that's excellent. Asquith in for second, a 5:01.86. Bates in, our visitor from New Zealand, a 5:03.02. Behrman, 5:06.83 in for fourth. And then Burke, Candy, Gertzner, Chu and Dingwall finishing out the field. So one more heat to go. This 400 individual medley. And place is still up for grabs in the final. In fact, with only one heat to go and one 18-year-old, 2 17s, and one of them being a visitor. There's a few permutations and combinations to work out for that final, with only 2 visitors allowed.
I think it's important to note, like,
Take your marks.
Being that there are only 9 18-year-olds, you're battling for a really good lane here tonight. You want to be in the middle of the field. You don't want to be on those outside lanes when it comes to those finals tonight.
We saw just how important it was to be around Julia Spedding in that 200 IM final, and I'm sure that will be what is on the thoughts of Hussein, who looks to be our early leader through this first turn. But to Curtius Davies of Starplex, wanting to just get a spot in the final. 31.27, she actually leads us through. New Zealander out of lane 4 with some work to do, but plenty of swimming to come. We've seen just how much it ebbs and flows throughout. And as we come through the 75-meter mark, it is still sitting in the way of Starplex in lane 5 to hold the race in a dominant position. Surrey Park out of the 3, the 18-year-old. We've talked through 5:14.29 her entry time. Both the 17 and 18 years age group, 5:14.33 the qualifying time. So she's just snuck under that, but doing a fantastic job to turn through in first, in fact, 1:07.30. Just maintaining a slight lead. Expect to see Quayle push through the field in the second half. She's just been left 5 meters behind off the butterfly. Moving now to a very confident backstroke. On your screen there was Courteous Davies of Starplex out of lane 5. You can see just rotating side to side, keeping that armpit nice and dry, which is like you want to see in a good backstroke. These two lockstep through 150 meters swum. Good underwater work from Surrey Park. Once more, Hussein Aman out in lane 3. Just trying to pull away, really relying on the skills to do so. On your screen at the moment, you can see a bit of a flat backstroke, but it's doing a great job. You get her down this lap, turn in first, hopefully at the end of this next 15 meters. In fact, it should be that way. She pulls up alongside the lane rope.
Yeah, she really is getting caught a little bit on that lane rope. You can see the flags really being pushed around by the wind here. The conditions, the wind, the sun, just making it that little bit tougher here. The elements obviously not in play in an indoor pool, but beautiful conditions at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. But those elements making a little bit of a challenge occasionally, especially in the backstroke races and the backstroke component in this 400 IM. So Hussein Aman with a nice first 200, but looks like Courteous Davies, who is really pushing through in this breaststroke leg. Interestingly, there you see the backstroke flags completely still at one end of the pool. The wind swirling around the stadium here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, so affecting one end but not the other. And just one of those little idiosyncrasies of this pool. So Hussein Aman holding on tight to Courteous Davies. Quayle just off the back, and very interestingly there you can see Courteous Davies just breathing to her right, looking across. How much more have I got to do to catch her? So 5 meters more in the breaststroke, coming down to the wall. She's almost got her. She's definitely swimming that little bit quicker, and really wants to finish off this third heat of the girls 17, 18 years, 400 IM well.
You worked it out to be quite a battle for those 17-year-olds to come back here tonight. Obviously, we have a lot of visitors. So how does that work, Welshie?
Well, you take out the 18-year-olds. We've got 13 17-year-olds. 3 of them are visitors, so only 2 can make it through to the final. So that's 12. So you're battling for a lane in the final for the 17-year-olds, and also to not be in the bottom 2, basically. The bottom 2 will get knocked out for the final, and we'll have 2 more 400 IMs this morning. One for the 17-year-olds, obviously the top 10, including only 2 of the visitors, and the 18-year-olds will all come back for the final, determined by their time this morning, their lane allocation. So we are racing for keeps here this morning as we come down for our final touch to the wall in Heat 3, and it will be Judy Hussein Aman touching first. So second through for Courteous Davies, and Quayle in for fourth.
The 400 IM, the gift that keeps on giving here on the Gold Coast. Great to have these ladies in action on day 5 of the 2026 Australian Age Championships. You're watching Nine's exclusive coverage of this champs. the best of the next generation in the water. The 400 IM certainly showing up. They're waiting for the official results here as we see once again a very busy crowd getting ready to watch all the action. And up next we have another reseeded event, which will be the boys 400 freestyle. So we should get those results in a second.
Yeah, it looks like they are official. The time of Hussein Aman just didn't come up initially, so whether the touchpad didn't activate, but they used the backup system. So there's your top 10 fastest times all together. So that's 17s and 18s. They will mix it up. That time, in fact, Judy Hussein Aman made it through to the top 10. So out of an outside heat, that's quite an effort. About a 7-second personal best time this morning. So very well worth the effort there in the heat.
So here we have it, the first of 5 heats ready to go. And they do hit the water now, ready and raring. Of course, we see our 2 visitors swimming from the middle of the pool. It's Chua and Penny looking to lead the charge early on, getting a bit of a push from Jack Hayes of the Surf Coast out in lane 1. He's been strong throughout these championships. I made a sweeping comment on day 2 that the boys 14 years 400 IM was the best record that Ian Thorpe held. But as we look to the all-time record here for the 14-year-olds, 3:49.64, Ian Thorpe, that was the time that he did at 14 years of age. That was the time that won him silver at the Pan Pacific Championships back in 1997. So it's a long list, those records that Thorpe has, but that time 3:49.64. If we look to the field, 4:05.17, the fastest through. That is an immense standard set. It's up to the boys to challenge it, and the challenge in the first 100 sits with Wright.
Yeah, crazy to think that far back, 1997. I have to admit that was my first team as well, with the great Ian John Thorpe. And it's crazy to think he was doing all of that as just a little teenager, going over to Japan and racing, and then took out the World Championships the next year, 1998, here in Australia at Perth, in a similar outdoor pool to here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. And here in this first heat of the 13 to 14 years 400 freestyle, it's Chua, our visitor from Singapore, leading them through. Penny right next to him, so 2 visitors in the middle of the pool, and then Archie Wright. Swimming a very strong initial part of this 400 free. So 14-year-old from Mingara. As they push off at the halfway mark, and still Chua from Penny, then Wright, Hayes, Shimer, and then Adam Dunn in lane 6. Ewan Stubbings out in lane 0 is 7th through, and then Wheeler, Collins and Poppins rounding it out.
It's been impressive to see the Singaporeans attack the racing here throughout the championships, as we have heard throughout. Great supporters of the Australian age, commonly referred to as one of the best age group meets in the world. And you can see why when we have the likes of the youth development team from Singapore coming down to compete, and Chua stepping his best foot forward. As you talk to Matt in the 400 IM, so important for our visitors to really swim fast in the heats, because only 2 visitors allowed through. So we can see that allocation already sitting here strongly out the front. Chua leading Penny. Penny, of course, based at Sydney University, but is a South African resident. So he will have to swim as a visitor for the time being. Archie Wright rounding out the top 3 for Mingara. He sits in 3rd position and starting to push through, in fact, to compete for 2nd, but no one will be touching our lead, who is Abel Chua out in front with 50 to come.
Yeah, he's really put the foot down in this last 100. It's a real skill to be able to build these 400s They obviously practice it in training. They don't just come in here and do guesswork. They practice the pacing in training, but it takes a real racer to build and go out after it. Chua having a bit of pressure put on him from Penny and Wright right next to him. But he's more than up to the task. So they come down to touch. Chua in first to 4:08.93. So strong time there for a heat swim. Penny in second, third for Wright. Adam Dunn comes in fourth position. So a nice pick up of a few spots there. Adam Dunn coming back in a 30.64, one of the faster last 50s. The fastest was Penny, the 30.1. In fact, Wright as well, the 30.1 as well. So some quick times there in the first heat. 4 heats in total. We see the results on the screen. And the top 10, as always, for our 13s and 14s coming back tonight. Just the 4 heats and plenty of 14-year-olds.
Take your marks.
So hitting the water is heat 2 of 5 of this reseeded boys, 13, 14 years, 400-metre freestyle. Reseeded from 6 heats down to 5. You can see the middle of the pool on your screen. That is Ashton Bone of Gosford, 4:12.24, the fastest through in this heat, the fastest Australian entered into this event as well, and doing a fantastic job through the first 50, but he'll sit in second as Nemeth Ford leads through. In fact, Bone sitting back in fourth. Really tight across the top of the field. We saw this in a similar race, the 800 freestyle. A lot of the 14-year-olds just choosing to sit back, watch each other, and then really work the second half. We just saw in the women's 400 meters individual medley, sometimes that match racing can get you into a spot of trouble. But I understand the challenge here to back up a 400 freestyle. Incredibly difficult to swim 2 tough 400s in one day, but you do risk the likes of McCarthy taking out a spot. Leads through the 100 meters, 1:01.32. He's entered in with a 4:22 for Carlisle. We've seen how spectacular they have been at these championships, leading the overall point score and leading this race at the 125-metre mark. So the answer could come from Nemeth Ford. He leads the charge out of 3. Gosford in 4 through Bone. And really a host of athletes chasing down the minors' positions as we go through 3-lap swum.
Yeah, we saw a dominant lead there from Chua. Really pushed himself out from the get-go and just built it the whole way through. They tried to chase him down. It was too hard, but we've got an absolute ripping battle on our hands now. So Nemeth Ford, exactly as you said, Will, has put the challenge down. McCarthy leading them through at the 150, but his lead is far more marginal. So only about 1/10 of a second or thereabouts separating McCarthy and Nemeth Ford. In fact, their splits for that last 50 metre were within 100th of a second of each other. So very even between McCarthy and Nemeth Ford, pacing almost to perfection with each other. Bone in third, then Samokin. Michelin in for 5th. And O'Toole, who's right next to McCarthy, is bringing in 6th. So O'Toole and Engel looking like they're getting the advantage of the outside speed. Nemeth Ford really putting their foot down now. He's turned that 0.2 of a second deficit into the best part of half a second or more, now pushing it even further as a lead. So 100 metres to go, the bell will go, and it's going to be an absolute match race. This third 50 is going to be interesting. Both athletes will be looking at each other for this third 50. So almost a second between them. Nemeth Ford with the advantage, but very tight across the rest of the field. The difference between McCarthy, Bone, Samokin, and Michelin, less than a second, basically. So this has become a real battle here in this second heat of the boys 13, 14 years, 400 metres freestyle. And with the early lead, McCarthy doing everything he possibly can to try and hold on to Nemeth Ford, but I think he's been taken by Bone, and Samokin's going to be in the mix as well. So Nemeth Ford, 3:44.83 with 50 metres to go, and he's got about a body length ahead of Ashton Bone rather. So 15 metres to swim. They've just got to hold on. He's paced this very well as Tyrell. So he comes down to touch, and he does so in a 4:16.51, almost a second on second place Ashton Bone. Third through was Jacob Samokin. And then Henry McCarthy, our early leader, was able to snag fourth. Marshallin in for sixth. Or fifth rather, in lane 6, and Blair in for sixth.
Played out exactly as that match racing, Matt. You could see they all were looking at each other with 100 to swim, but very impressive from Nemeth Ford, just deciding to stand above it.
Now, Bone came back with the fastest time in that final 50, but they were all very close to each other. So the pacings were very similar, and I think that the race was won really in the middle section of that race. So heat 3 now, 4 in total.
Take your marks.
They hit the water here, the first of the unseeded heats. Joe Bevan swims from 4 for Unley. We've seen some fantastic swimming thus far. Ashton Bone looks like an absolute monster on the pool buoy. A very traditional 400 freestyle. But on the screen we just had Bevan a little bit wide on the entry, but he's making it work. He's sitting currently in the mix for second as they come through the 50-metre turn. Dushlik will lead us through 29.25 on the turn. Paul of Nunawading out lane 9 sits in second. Rogers going well as well for Redlands out of lane 8. So making that imprint through this first 100, similar to the 400 medley. You really want to set up the race in the first 100, just putting yourself in a good position, a good rhythm, without having to go to the legs too intently. Your legs almost being a balancing act with a little bit of propulsion without overriding your entire stroke and taking up that vital VO2. That's exactly what we're seeing here through Joe Bevan. Again, very similar to Bone with that slow loping stroke, but driving him forward. Bit of a lope that could transition nicely into an open water or surf swimming stroke. It's all about efficiency through that stroke cycle. So Bevan now slightly ahead of Dushlik. The top two in the mix as well is Moroney. That's the top 3 with 150 swum.
So 5 heats. I think I called 4 before, but there's 5 heats this morning. And as always, top 10 13-year-olds going through to their final. The top 10 14-year-olds going through to their final. So far, we've only had 4 13s swimming, including 2 in this heat. And moving through to heat 4 and heat 5, plenty more 13-year-olds. So we're right at that midpoint in the heats this morning where we have a good mix of the two. And we've said it before, but it is bringing some great racing, bringing similar times together and pushing them to faster times. And look at them in the middle of the pool now, absolutely stroke for stroke, almost like in formation. We've got 6 across the pool, all within a body length of each other. So it's working very well, and Charlie Moroney's got the best of it. So coming down to the 250-metre turn. Next time they come down to the wall, this end they'll only have 50 to go. And they'll get the bell very, very soon to remind them that they've only got 2 more laps to really get them home hard. So Moroney's still holding on to that lead. Bevan in for second, then Dishlik for third. Turnbridge, Prince, and Alexander Sayu from Carlisle up in lane 1. So the bells ring, and Moroney gets that lead back. There's very little between the entire field, especially the top 6 or 7 swimmers. And now it's an absolute sprint to the end. Whatever you've left, whatever you've got in the tank, which these days is probably not a lot and expensive, but whatever you've got in the tank will get you home. So 50 metres to swim after this turn, and Moroney's done a great job. He's pushed just enough away to give himself a small buffer. He's the only swimmer in the field who swam under 33 seconds for that 50. And he's pushing even harder. Dishlick and Bevan, second and third at this stage, and Bevan getting the best of it. They're pushing as hard as they can to catch him, but they're not going to do it. So coming down to the wall, Moroney, and although Bevan is coming home very quick, he is going to do it. A 4:21.14. So in the last 25, absolutely motored home. So Bevan made up a full second in that last 50 on Moroney to get his hand on the wall first. And he swam that last 50 3 seconds faster than the previous, which really shows he had a lot left in the tank. So it was Bevan from Moroney and Dishlick, Turnbridge and Prince, your top 5.
You see what I meant there, Matt, about moving that kick from being about balance to intent again. That final 100 came all the way over the top.
Your marks.
Doing a fantastic job was our athlete Bevan in 4. So now we turn to our final heat. No, sorry, our 4th of 5 heats in this boys 400 freestyle. This has again been reseeded down from 6 heats to 4, and leading us out is lane 3's Stephen Grant of Nelson Bay, swimming strongly now as well. Jackson Swingler in 6. In fact, Swingler will turn it first, 28.87 on the turn. You can see another long loping stroke for SLC Aquedots. They've had a fantastic record of producing good freestylers, and the 14-year-old Swingler looking to take that crown in years to come. 4:29.71, the time that leads us through. Sorry, that's the time he's entered in through with a 4:29.71. So a good swim here. Could see Swingler come back this evening, and he's come out after it, not leaving any stone unturned. It's different to what we've seen in the previous 2 heats. 101.52 to lead us at the 100-metre mark. He's pulled out some of the best of the rest. Stephen Grant still sitting in second. Mulligan rounding out the top 3. And if we look to the stroke, you can see just leaning on that lope, the high cadence, trying to really drag himself forward without spending too much energy. In fact, as we say that, we can see that Grant has taken the lead out of 3. It's a battle in those 2, which will help them drive themselves forward into tonight's final.
Yeah, these 2 really trying to separate themselves from the field early in the race, only 150 metres in, and very different complexion to the previous heat. Last heat, they really held on as best they could and stayed with each other. But this time, just trying to make that move early, break them, and hoping that the other athletes will think, oh, they're gone. There's nothing I can do. I'll just have to swim it out. The race is lost. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think they're going to make a move now in this third 100 as they turn at the 200-metre mark. So it's Swingler from Grant and then Mulligan, Truman and Byron in for 4th and 5th. Lamont in for 6th. Grant 7th, then Blair, Wang. So Swingler doing his best to try and extend that lead. They're just not letting go. So Grant and Mulligan in 2nd and 3rd. They're just not able to catch him, but at the same time they're not letting go. Truman, who touched in 4th at that last turn, is gaining a lot of speed. He was the sole swimmer in that last 50 to be under 34 seconds, so he's got a lot of momentum. So keep your eye on Braxton Truman as he's coming
saw how strong Truman was yesterday in that 800 freestyle. So we know he's got the carry when it comes to the distance. Swingler, though, he's managed to find another gear. Interesting to note, Matt, Truman almost a full second faster than Swingler out in front on that last lap. So he's working exceptionally hard to come through the field. The Miami athlete is not leaving any stone unturned. He should sit second with 50 to come and right on the hip of Swingler.
Yeah, there's a very strong last 100. But did he leave his run too late? By going out that much easier at the start of the race, he was swimming 33s when Swingler was swimming 32s. And because of that, he's got so much work to try and catch him. It's always easier to lead from in front and let them catch you. It's exactly what's happening. I think he's going to come up. It's going to be very close. It's going to be a fantastic swim here in the heat. I'm not sure if he can get him. In fact, it's going to be down to the touch. It's going to be hundredths of a second in it. So Swingler holds on. A 4:23.42 down to Braxton's 4:23.71. Perhaps that late was just a little. That run was a little bit late. So Swingler from Truman. Third through was Mulligan. Grant. And then Mulligan. So we're just having a look. In fact, there was a disqualification there from Swingler. So we'll have to see what that is for. But that means that Truman inherits the lead from Grant Mulligan. All the way down to Tia Panjanet for 9th. So only 9 classified swimmers at the end of that race.
That's such a tough thing to do.
Very tough. I'd really like to know if it's a 400 IM, that's one thing, but a 400 free, the only thing I can think was movement on the start or something along those lines.
Sure, we'll find out, of course. Technical officials do a fantastic job, and they've done one again through these championships. So we head to the water for the 5th and final heat of this reseeded event 62. The boys 14 years 400-meter freestyle. As we work our way through this first 50, spots up for grabs for these 13-year-olds this evening. We haven't seen too many 13-year-olds take to the water yet. Jackson Swingler, in fact, Lewis Bune, one of the fastest 13-year-olds in the heat prior. Davin leads us through, though, out of lane 2. This field completely full with 13-year-olds. The St. Kevin's athlete really wanting to go out with intent. 400 freestyle, it's a really tough event to learn how to swim properly. And 13 years of age, we can often see those brave athletes take it to the best of the field in the opening 100, but it does come back to bite you if you do go out a little bit too hard. Uzma, I like the look of him as he turns through in second there for Miami. Just settling into the stroke, 33.02 on that second 50. A really relaxed recovery, as you can see, swimming from that lane 1 on the top side of your screen. The lead still sits with St. Kevin's through Davin, and those two will now have to position themselves well as they come down 150 meters swum. What a swim it is turning out to be for our 5th and final heat. We look through the record books, the title holder, Andrea LaBarbera, who has been prolific at these championships as well. He won it with a 4:07.13 for the 14 years old age group. The 13 years age group record, Thomas Hawke with a 4:05.32. So potentially we could see that one given a nudge this evening. But plenty to come from this heat still.
Yeah, plenty to come from this heat. Only down to the 200-metre marker. We're actually joined in commentary by genuinely one of my heroes. When I was swimming, my coach Ian Pope would often talk about inspiring swims and big moments. And the biggest, and we would play it a lot, was John O'Siebon's swim from the 1984 LA Olympics and the 200 butterfly, and he's here. I'm just so happy to see you sitting right next to me. I haven't seen you for years and years.
Thanks,
Jono,
buddy.
welcome.
Thanks, buddy. No, thank you. It's fantastic to be here on the coast and watching these young kids trying to achieve their dreams.
Well, you definitely achieved yours. I've heard many stories about, obviously, the race, and we watched the race, and it was incredible, but the training that you did going into, does your therapist say you're allowed to talk about it now? Because it really was incredible.
It was. It was a different era back then. I had the lunatic coach in Laurie Lawrence, but it was a different era. Now coaching has evolved and has gone to a different level, and you see the swimmers going to a different level. But yeah, it certainly brings back memories. I remember swimming my first age nationals in the North Sydney pool, and I was 11 years of age.
It is a different age. You know, there's always that jokes about the, I had to carry a horse 10 miles. You pretty much did. Like, that was your training. You did ridiculous things.
We did.
And you were held to a very high standard. And, it led to incredible moments, obviously including your Olympic gold medal. But people like yourself and others, obviously, around you, but brought to incredible heights because of Laurie Lawrence's dedication. And
it was a really tough program, but we should give these kids here swimming now,
absolutely.
give them a mention.
No, that's fine. We definitely will as they're coming down to 50 metres to go. So Luca Boersma leading them through. We've got this final heat of the boys, 13 to 14 years, 400 metres freestyle. And he's done a fantastic job out there, splitting roughly 33s to 34s on his way through to taking out this final heat. Second through, Rupert Davin. He looks to be holding on, although there's a really big battle here. Max Bailey and Cooper Jones are battling it out on the other side of the pool. So I think Bailey will get the best of that one, only just, as Boersma comes in to touch first, and then Davin. Bailey in for third, Jones in for fourth. Kornmeyer is touched out by Van Geysen, so fifth and sixth goes to them. And Ashworth, Gregory, making up the minor places with Morphin and Dawson. So 5 heats swum and 1 in this morning for the 13 to 14 years 400 freestyle as we move on to the 200 metres freestyle. And our fastest qualifier there, Molly Young.
He's had a fantastic champs already. Matt, of course, she'll lead out the first of 11 heats. Carlisle well represented in the middle of the pool. Speak of great programs, and of course Laurie Lawrence, one of the most famous programs. Keen to hear John's thoughts in a second. But Carlisle certainly showing out through the early part of this championships as we just wait for the results. Obviously, a few disqualifications already this morning. Hopefully none in that fifth and final heat.
Well, while we're waiting for that, it only should be a second, but just going back to that 200 butterfly, from memory, you touched seventh,
yeah.
At the 150 metre mark. We talk about the importance of the third 50 and the last 50. In the middle of this race, I want you to take us through that that last section of the race and how important it is. So,
how appropriate we're coming up to a 200 metre race.
Well, that's exactly what I thought. We talk about the importance of breaststroke in the individual medleys, but when we're into these 200s, the importance of that third 50.
Correct.
It sets yourself up for the last, obviously, but if you can really bring it home a negative split, the 200, it's a huge advantage. We're thankful, we're very lucky here in the commentary booth to have a screen in front of us. We cheat a little bit. We have all the splits up in front of us, and it holds onto them so we can see and compare. But we get ready for the start.
Take your marks.
To the first of 11 heats hit the water. We are missing Charlotte Lim from lane 5, but outside of that, a full field ready to race this 200 freestyle, joined by swimming royalty in the commentary box. John O'Seaman, obviously the 200 freestyle, a bit different to the 200 fly, but similar principles.
Similar principles, yeah. 200 is it's a good tactical event. It requires a bit of speed, but it also requires a bit of endurance and fitness, especially 200 fly. As you said, my 200 fly, I was second last at the halfway mark, 7th. I was fifth with 50 metres to go, and then I was able to come home over the top. And it's all about that finishing, working that third lap, building into that third lap to finish really strong. And that's the trick. It's easy to, you've got to do the training so that you can sprint that last lap. And it looks like when you watch it on the old videos, VHS it was back in those days.
Was it colour or was it still black? I'm joking.
I still remember Norman May actually from the ABC calling it, but it was it's an optical illusion. It looks like I'm swimming so much faster in the last lap, but it's not. I'm just slowing down a lot less.
No, you were swimming so much faster. Don't break my dream, Jono. It was incredible. It got the world record. It was 1/100th of a second, wasn't it? But,
yes.
Hey, world record's a world record. Absolutely incredible. And in an outdoor pool, much like here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. So coming down to the third turn, and we've talked about the importance of this third lap. Working it beautifully was Molly Young in the middle of the pool. So far, the only swimmer to get under 33 seconds. She was a 32.9 on that third 50. Going with her was Sim, a 33.0, so only a 10th back, and they take it through first and second. Weston was third through, Nixon fourth, and now it's just a sprint to the finish. So we know that their legs will be absolutely killing them. They'll be calling out for their body to stop, but they've got to keep going to the wall.
Good finish.
Molly has a very good finish, Jono, and finishes in a 206.78. So first heat win, and that's a nice confidence boost.
Good to see Carlisle coming back. Forbes, Carlisle and Ursula are just doyens of Australian sport, and especially swimming, and good to see Carlisle coming back strong.
Yeah, Forbes Carlisle ahead of his time with his understanding of biomechanics and the science of swimming. And Molly Young there taking out that first heat. Sim, Weston, Nixon and Harris, the top five. So we look at those times around that 208, 209, third and fourth.
See who could be joining them this evening. They hit the water, the second of 11 heats. This is the girls' 14 years, 200-metre freestyle. Senna Teven enters in as the fastest for St. Peter's Weston. The 13-year-old girls, Matt, absolutely electric through the first couple of days of competition.
They really are. I'm torn, though, because there is such action in the pool. But Jono Stevens here. Now, last time I saw you was many years ago, but you're working with the World Championship swimming in Melbourne. What are you doing yourself now?
So I'm now in Brisbane. My family, we've moved down to Brisbane. I've been in Townsville for the last sort of 17, 18 years. And we've just recently moved down to Brisbane. I've bought a business down here which we look after commercial pools, where we actually look after Chandler Pool at the moment, all the pools for Stadiums Queensland. We do Brisbane Grammar, QUT, QSAC, all those pools. So, yeah, we've got probably 41 sites we look after around Brisbane.
Very good. I'm glad you still got some chlorine in your blood.
Can't get away from it.
No, exactly. I'm the same. I got dragged back into the sport. But it's going through first, Sienna Teven at the halfway mark. And then Murakami in lane 3. Grasek in 4th position. Ruby Cooper in 5th. And again, we found ourselves in that all-important third 50. And doing a great job there, just stretching her lead out is Sienna Teven. And also in that outside lane, Mia Hu, she's really pushed herself up. We love an outside smoker. What lane were you? You're lane...
Lucky lane 6.
Lucky lane 6, we do. Was that the same as Duncan's?
Same as Duncan, yeah. 4 years later, Duncan won from lane 6 as well.
So lucky lane 6 coming through. Ruby Cooper's got lucky lane 6 in this race. She's 4th at the moment and trying to catch up to the very fast finishing Murakami. She's in 2nd position. I don't think she'll catch Teven in 1st. But Gracek is going to have a bit of a battle on her hands to get to the wall first. So it's Teven from Murakami. Gracek does get there from Cooper in 4th. 5th was Mia Hu. And then Casey Chua, Snyder's Bailey, and Amy Bay rounding out the field. So 11 heats in total of the 13 to 14 years, 200 metres freestyle for the girls.
Good to see such good depth.
It really is, and it's great this morning mixing up the age groups, so it leads to much better racing.
Yes.
We'll welcome out Heat 3 of 11. This, of course, being the 200-metre freestyle. final seeded heat ready to go.
Mind you, I would like to see a little bit more depth in the 200 fly. And the
Well,
but
come on,
I'm
dust off the
biased.
bathers. Get back in there.
Look, young Harrison's swimming great 200 flies at the moment. You know, recently a bronze medalist at World Champs. So really looking forward to him progressing through and challenging come LA.
He did very well in the Oz Open.
Yeah.
Setting and breaking that Australian record that's been sitting there for a long time waiting for someone to take it.
Good.
I mean, your time still, what were you? I want to say
157.
157. I was going to say that. Damn, I wish I had. But 157, was it 01 or something? 04.
Yeah.
So that's
I'd
still
like
a competitive time.
Well, I'd like to see, because I was 17 when I swam that, so it'd be good to see a young boy that swam the heats were on early this morning. When a 17 or 18-year-old boy, maybe they should be going 157, 158.
Well, it'd be interesting, you know, the amount of tech that these athletes have now. 157.04. You swam that in togs, if I'm...
I swam, little togs, and we outdoor pool. The LA pool it was so hot. They actually had to have sprinklers on the deck so you could walk on the deck, and they were putting ice blocks in the water to cool the water down. And it was a massive outdoor pool with stands either side. There's somewhere between 12 to 15,000 people in the stands. It was just a fantastic atmosphere. It was great.
Incredible. And that really was the days of, you know, shaved and tapered.
Yeah,
it actually made a difference with the full shave down. These days, just chuck a suit on. And you're all good. And those bathers were, I'm sorry to say, they were painted on.
They were very tight to get on. I know it's the same with the kids now, but yeah, they were made out of a thing called paper.
Yeah, the paper races, absolutely.
And they were so hard to get on.
They're like paper mache.
Yeah, they didn't stretch. One time I actually had to cut them off to get them off.
Yes. Oh, that brings me to something else as Lucy Ma comes down in lane 6 to touch first. She gets there just in front of Tankia Good.
Lucky lane 6 again.
Lucky lane 6. Lucy Ma loves it. She's had a great meet here at the Age Championships.
Good time.
And, good in for Mesha. And Georgina Kernow in for 4th. So 3 heats down. Heat 4 now ready to go. Results are confirmed. And a 2:06.64.
3-second improvement there.
Yeah, from Edge, very nice time.
So hit the box now. Heat 4 of 11. These athletes, 14 years across the middle lanes. 13 flanking through Munzarova. And they hit the water and ready to go.
No, I just thought while Jono's here, you mentioned Harrison Tancred in the 200 fly. Who else has caught your eye? Obviously, the 200 fly is dear to your heart, but who else has caught your eye across the field? These, especially the age group names.
Oh, look, it's hard to put. I mean,
you don't want to put pressure on people
or
call people out.
Especially the age groupers, you know, their career is still ahead of them, and I've got a young boy swimming here. And
do you?
Yes, I do.
Good.
I do. But everyone says, how good is he going to be? And I just say he's going to be as good as he wants to be. It's not about me. It's the same as all these kids.
My son's swimming here as well. I completely understand that they've got to follow their journey and with their skills and everything. And
he's on a completely different journey than I was.
What event is he swimming?
He's swimming 50 free, 100 free. So he's a sprinter.
Right.
But I look at his stroke and I think he could go a little bit further, maybe go out to the 200 if I look at his stroke. But that's for him and his coach to work out and decide. He's just joined a really good, first time he's actually joined a really good, strong program.
When you walk on a pool deck in his training, when you work on a pool deck, do the coaches just look across and go, oh, man, we're going to actually have to do a proper job today because Sir Sieben is here?
No, not at all. No, he's with a very good coach here at John Gatfield at Iona.
Yep.
And he's got a very good program and every faith that what he's doing is right for him. He's enjoying it, which is great. And that's the main thing, you know. You know, they've got to enjoy it and unfortunately, you've got to enjoy going through pain.
You do. You've got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And that's what Georgina Pettigrew is doing right now.
Yeah.
She's had a great 150 metres so far to lead them through. The only swimmer I can see who swam a 33.5 second third 50 yet again, that all-important third 50 doing well. Baldwin actually with the fastest 50, well pointed out well out in lane 9. And is she going to make it? She just holds on to second. So Pettigrew from Baldwin. Navicus was in for third. Fourth was McGrath on the other side of the pool. They were coming from all sides in that fourth heat of the 200 freestyle. 11 in total, so plenty more opportunities for personal best times and final swims tonight.
Lucky lane 6 again.
Lucky lane 6. It's because you're here. Heat 4 swum. Heat 5 now up on the blocks.
So a nice field ahead once again for Heat 5 here. Audrey Harrison of Phoenix leads them through 2:12.96, under a second separating the entire field. See, of course, anything down to the final 50 is what we like to see, especially with the company in the commentary booth at the moment. So we hit the water, Heat 5 of 11, and we expect another great race across the blocks.
So you mentioned your son. What's your son's name?
Sebastian.
Sebastian
Stephen. So, he's swimming well. Really happy
Very
with
good.
it. He did a personal best by over a second in his 100 freestyle. So
he's already swum one?
Right, yeah,
How did I miss the Stephen name in the program? That is a sin of mine. I apologise right here. But, well, that's fantastic. I'll keep an eye out for him. Yep. So you're here today supporting him?
Here today, yes.
And were you tackled in the hallway to come in and do the commentary with us? Or?
Yeah, Nugget and Gary Barkley got me and said, you need to get over here and spruik some wisdom, but I don't know if I...
Speaking of Nugget, I did mention the other day that Nugget, I said something about the National Youth Coach. He hasn't done that for a while. Simon Kusak's the National Youth Coach. Big shout out to Simon, doing an awesome job. Yes. But it's great to see Nugget still on. He drove me from the airport here the other day, but still great to see Lee Nugent here as sort of that mentor role, helping out the coaches, helping out those younger swimmers, going around to the training sessions and making sure that, everything's working the way it should for our future young stars. And that's what I love to see, these coaches especially, and past swimmers passing on that knowledge to, the next wave. What notes, now you say, you're letting your son be coached by the coach. If I'm sure you've given advice though. What was a pearl of wisdom that you've given your son?
Look, I think one of the biggest things is you can't beat yourself up too much if you do have a bad session, because not every time that you jump into the pool are you going to swim a best time, and not every time you do a training session are you going to do a fantastic training session. The trick is to not beat yourself up about that, and still try and be positive and get something out of it, and find some positiveness out of everything that you're doing. And every day that you are turning up to training, that you are trying to find something good and positive.
Absolutely. Well, that was a very positive last 25 for Laura Pettigrew. She touches first in a 2:11.12, so a very strong time. A 32.9 she came back in, one of the fastest in the fields. So very, very quick. The other side of the pool, she was in lane 8. The other side of the pool, second to the wall. So the outside lanes really pushing through. You can see there Nicola Buric in second place. And Grello, Yin, Harrison and Capetti rounding out your 6. So top 10, as always, you guys know the story. Top 10 15-year-olds in, 13-year-olds, sorry. Top 10 13-year-olds in this 200 freestyle will go through to their final, and the top 10 14-year-olds will go through to their respective final.
And then you have the next 10 in the B final.
Well, no, we only have B finals in the 50s and the 100s here.
Oh, really?
So we're getting, I guess, those extra swims in the shorter event. And especially some of these girls are backing up race after race after race. And I guess throwing in a B final would be a fair bit. But that's what I'm really impressed with. Some similar names. We just saw Lucy Ma swimming before. She's been in backstroke. She's in breaststroke. She's been in the IMs. Now in the 200 freestyle. The backing up is extraordinary and at an incredibly high level. Yeah. And it's something, I guess, you were very much a specialist in the 200 butterfly. What was your next? I guess 100 fly.
Yeah, but even as an age grouper, I was Australian champion in 100 freestyle, and I won some state championships in backstroke as well. So
you don't have to show off now. I mean.
But in my younger, as I was I was coming through,
you said you're not going to win.
13,
you said you're not going to win a race every single day, mate. If I won the 200 butterfly the way you did, I'd be playing it on VHS every single day, and I would be winning it every single day. It was incredible.
But when you're younger, it is good to do multiple events and have a go until you can find what you really, really want to.
I also think you learn a lot, like what you would learn from the 100 freestyle.
Yes.
You would put that into the 100 butterfly, or what you learned from the 100 fly, you'd put that knowledge into the 200 butterfly. And the knowledge that these age group swimmers are gaining, especially racing these tighter races. We touched on it before, but I think it's a very smart move by the high performance crew to do a combined age group. So rather than the back end of the 14-year-olds just swimming each other, they're swimming with the top or midfield of the 13-year-olds. And we're getting really tight racing now. And you can see that here. So Richardson, Wogan rather, in lane 5, really pushing hard to win this heat 6. But all the rest of the field pushing even harder to get onto that wall. So Wogan in for first, O'Rourke in for second. So a time of 2:09.88 takes out the sixth heat. 2:11.48 for O'Rourke. Third through was Richardson, who really pushed through hard in the back half of the race.
4-second PB there.
4 seconds faster than that entry time. We love these fast times. And personal bests are plenty. So getting underneath the 2:10 mark there for Zara Wogan. Fantastic heat swim as we prepare the pool and the races for heat 7.
Take your marks.
So heat 7 now hits the water. Heat 7 of 11. Moving through incredibly quickly are these 200 freestyles. Summer Sheenan of Alstonville on your screen. As we head to our next Olympics, they will be in LA. And Jono,
yes,
obviously,
a lot of fun memories.
Yeah, I was going to say, 1 gold medal at those ones. We expect
correct.
a few more.
Oh, I'd like to think so. Yeah, we've got a lot of champions that are swimming really, really well at the moment. But anything can happen, as we've seen in the past. Anything can happen at the Olympics, and there's a great opportunity for some really good ones that are already there and thereabouts. Being ranked very high in the world and number 1. And we've got some young ones coming through as well.
To be fair, I think the way you won yours was worth about 10 gold medals for those Olympic Games. As we look to the pool.
It was a real renaissance for us because we had been going through a bit of a doldrums prior to the previous couple of Olympics. Like Moscow, we had 2 gold medalists in Michelle Ford in the men's medley relay, but
it was a funny time because America wasn't there.
And there was lots of things going on, and but it was a real renaissance, and that was the start of, I think, the upsurge in Australian swimming again. And we really started a little bit in '82 Commonwealth Games in Brisbane, and started to get that team atmosphere, that team vibe, and then in LA, where we had a lot of bronze medalists and coming through, and Rob Woodhouse and Justin Lemberg and Susie Landells, and so we were winning medals. Mark Stockwell in the 100 freestyle, and the Mean Machine boys in the freestyle relay winning silvers. So, but we just couldn't crack that gold, and I was fortunate enough to swim on the second last day and to win the 200 fly, and it was a real sort of icing on the cake, so to speak, for the Australian team. That we had announced ourselves we were coming back, we were going to be strong. It was tough being in America and hearing the national anthem all the time, but yeah.
Well, the 7th heat with a very strong swim there, won by Alice Bond, a time of 2:10.32. She should be very happy with that time. He came in with a time of 2:14, so a good 4 seconds off that time. Second through Guthrie up in lane 0. And then Summer Sheehan in for third at 2:13. So the heats just keep on delivering some fast swims and personal best times. You can see there the Australian record for the 13 years, a 201.92 and a 200.51 for the 14 years, Elise Oleski. So 8th heats now on the blocks.
Take your marks.
So we've moved through Heat 8 of 11 underway as we see SLC Aqueduct pop up in lane 4 through Charlotte Brown. John, you mentioned the team factor, such a big one. We've seen the likes of Carlisle leading the overall points tallies at the moment. How much is that sort of passion that comes into the team so infectious for your results?
It is. Swimming is probably one of the most individualistic sports when you're racing, because you're in your lane and you're flat out seeing anyone, let alone touching anyone. So when you're racing, it's very individualistic. But when you are training, you're so much part of a team with the squad that you train with. And then they're all there on the pool deck and supporting you when you are racing and when you do finish a race, whether it's a good swim, they're there to cheer you. If it's a bad swim and you're not happy, they're there to support you and pick you up as well. So it's important that, yes, this team is very big and very strong in the sport of swimming. You would have seen it, Matt.
Oh, definitely. One of the... I was going to ask about, I couldn't remember when Don Talbot started, but Don Talbot was very strong in that team atmosphere, and, he had a lot of sayings like the 3 ways to win a meet and all that sort of stuff. But he was very strong in that team atmosphere, and the relays were so important.
Yeah.
Were you part of
so
that relay?
Don was the head coach when my last Olympics in 92. I think Don came in 1990. I was part of the team in 92, was my last swim. And, he was very, very much trying to develop that team and that relay mentality, and it was probably beyond that, 96 and then especially into 2000, being our home Olympics in Sydney, where, the boys have got up there and smashed them like guitars, and that was, just the, fantastic, and that started our dominance in relays, I think.
And that dominance and that... I guess, desire to be part of that relay has continued, and why we're seeing such strong fields in the 100 freestyle, the 200 freestyle to get into those relays. It's exactly why we're getting some great racing here.
Yeah.
So Brown in with a 2:13.19, Briggs in 2:13, only 3/10ths of a second back, and Lucinda Buckley in for third. So that's why we're getting 11 heats this morning of the 200 metres freestyle, because we know the benefit of being right up there. And the girls especially have been incredibly strong in the freestyle, the 100 and the 200. But like you said, smashing the guitars, that was quite a moment in 2000. Speaking of Laurie Lawrence, we'll just get this race started. When was the last time you saw Laurie? We'll get this started, and I want to hear.
Take your marks.
So in the water for Heat 9, Stephanie Box in the middle of the pool, and stays under just that little bit longer than Lena Cho. And Macy Owen there in lane 3, just taking the advantage of that slower start. But Jono, there was such a strong bond, and I still have a really strong bond with my coach Ian Poper. Whenever I see him, pretty much give him a hug every time. When was the last time you saw Laurie Lawrence? Do you have the same relationship, or do you throw things at him?
Oh, yeah, still do. I give him a hard time. I still give him a hard time, but it's fantastic. We're still in touch regularly. When I was in Townsville, he just still has a holiday home up in Townsville, Maggie Island. So we'd always catch up whenever he was there, whenever we get a chance.
How's he going? I haven't seen him for years.
No, he's good. He's
still writing poetry?
He's still writing poetry. He's still giving everyone a hard time. I believe he still gets down to a couple of his learn to swim centres every so often and gives the kids a bit of a razz. And
you would have a million Laurie Lawrence stories. I'll tell you one really quick one. At the Sydney Olympics, he got one of the officials' accreditations, photocopied the infinity sign on it about 1,000 times, got sticky tape, and lined up as many Australian athletes as he could and put on the infinity symbol on all of their accreditations. Hired a bus and then took us all around to the things, and we just flashed our accreditations quickly with the infinity symbol, which obviously means you can get everywhere. And we got into every single event. We saw Kathy Freeman swim. He's so cheeky.
Oh, yeah. I've seen him do some absolutely crazy things and in front of royalty at Parliament House. It's just been, he's done some really crazy things, but that's him as a coach. He's very passionate, and that's what makes great coaches. They are passionate. They are genuinely interested in the swimmers.
We see that with Dean Boxall now, don't we? The care he has and of and for his athletes, and he's got an incredible program going on down there. As we come down now to touch Sophie Clifton, she had that early lead, but it looks like it'll be Stephanie Box in the middle of the pool. She comes back with a 33.5. Put that in perspective, no one else broke 34 seconds, so she had a very, very strong last 50 and touches in a 2:14.94. 2:15.85 for second. And that was Lana Solomon. And then Mia Chappell will round out the top three. So 2 more heats to go in this girls 13 to 14 years 200 metres freestyle. And not many more chances to make that final. The 13-year-olds, pretty much the only ones left now. All the 14-year-olds have swum, and now 2 more heats of the 13s.
Take your marks.
Such great depth on show here as we move through with 2 heats to come.
So, Jono, before you go, I'm going to get you to call this race.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
No, come on. Give us your best. Give us your best call.
I'm just having a look. Do I look at the screen or do I look at the pool?
Well, both. You can look at the screen here. You can get the splits up here.
Ah, geez, you got it all here.
I know.
Okay, so we've got leading out is the girls in lane 5. Or am I
lane 7. Here we go. Sophia Richards.
Yes, 7 and 9.
Oh, 9.
7 and 9 are leading out.
So 30.2.
30.20, 30.42. And 30.79, 30.83 for lanes 5 and 4.
We just need to teach the cameraman to work the autofocus as we go through.
But coming up to the halfway mark, and it looks like lanes 4 and 5 have pushed through, with lane 9 out here also swimming a strong first 100 metres.
So still out in front, Ella Watson. It's hard out in the outside lane, isn't it?
Can't see them with the advertising.
No, exactly. But we found her with the camera.
Yes. Oh, there she is. Looking good. Good stroke. Nice kick. Nice and long.
And she's got a good margin on the rest of the field.
Yes.
She turned about a second and a bit.
Second, she's a second in front. Half a second.
And now into that all-important third 50.
lap.
Yeah.
And we can see over in lane 2 coming through strong in this third lap as well.
So Nellie Pocock, she touched third at the 100. She's moved herself up into second now.
Yep. And it looks like it's going to be between Nellie and Ella.
Ella's done a great job there out in lane 9. 25 metres to swim. You can see the fatigue coming through. The stroke has tightened up that little bit. She's been a gutsy going out. John O'Stephen doesn't know anything about a gutsy swim.
But I think Nellie's going to come through a bit stronger in lane 2.
Yeah, nice swim there from Nellie Pocock in lane 2. So second of the wall, Hannah Keane in the middle of the pool. Ella Watson in third as our early leader. But it really was that last lap. Nellie Pocock came back under 34 seconds. The sole swimmer under 34 seconds in the whole field with a big smile on her face, and deservingly so. The results there from our second last heat.
Good PB, 4-second PB.
Yeah, very strong. And there's always a story behind those PBs, isn't there? It's not just jumping out there and, oh, look, I just did a PB. The hours of dedication and hard work in the pool that leads to that. That's the real story. So in the water for the final heat, heat 11 of the girls 13 to 14 years, 200 metres freestyle. Before you go, Jono, as I said, you were my inspiration for so many races, and that vision of you up on the lane rope with your fist in the air, that needs to be bronzed and put in every museum around the world as far as I'm concerned. But That was so iconic. But the work that you put in, can you take us through, just like give us a 30-second go of the worst training session, the hardest training session, to give us an indication of how much blood, sweat and tears went into that?
Look, for us, a typical week was probably anywhere between 80 to 90 kilometres of swimming, 3 gym sessions and 3 run sessions, 3 running for 45 minutes each time we'd go for a run.
How far would you go in 45 minutes? Good 7-8K at least.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we never really measured it. We just kept running and until we went to about 25-minute mark, and then we'd run back.
What do you say? Just run to the horizon and back?
Yeah, just keep running.
Gee.
And then, but the funny thing is, the reason is why we started to run was because when we went to the pre-Olympic meet in 1983, we stayed where we were going to stay at the Olympics, and we were swimming at the pool. And during the meet, we noticed our legs were getting tired. So, well, why are our legs getting tired? We're fit. We've been doing good, strong kick sessions, and that was one of the strongest parts of my stroke was my kick.
But legs were conditioned for walking.
Conditioned for walking because we were walking everywhere, walking to the food hall, walking to the pool, walking to accommodation. And so we thought, well, we need to get our legs fit for walking. So we started running 3 times a week.
And that's the other part that a lot of people don't think. They think the event is one between the walls, but it's everything else. It's the warm-up, it's the cool-down, it's what you had for breakfast. All of these things make a huge difference as we come down to about 20 metres to swim in our final heat of the girls 13 to 14 years, 200 metres freestyle. Sophie Rouse really took them out that first 150, and she's holding them off. Some really tight swimming there from Wu and Venderman. But it is Rouse who touches the wall first in the 2:12.92. And Wu in second, 2:14.07. Vendraman in for third in lane 4, 2:14.23.
Got some really good PBs there too.
Yep.
That's the thing,
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, it's important at these later heats.
So results there for heat 11. And our summary of the top 10 swims from this morning. And you can see the fastest this morning was Lucy Ma. She has had an incredible week and she's continued it. It's been an absolute pleasure, Jono, having you join us this morning and relive a little bit of the glory days, but also talking about the up-and-comers. And best of luck for your son moving forward.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
So good to see you. So more to come up this morning at day 5 heats here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the Age Championships. Right after this break, we've got the boys 15 to 16 years, 50 metres freestyle and some more 200 backs, 100 backs as well. So plenty more action. We'll be right back here live on 9 Now. And welcome back here to the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre for the 2026 Australian Age Swimming Championships. We've just finished a whole bevy of 200 metres freestyle. Now we go to the other end of the pool for a 50. The boys 15 to 16 years, 50 metres freestyle. We've got 15 heats. We're starting off obviously with heat 1 and they're on the blocks. So first heat in the water, really nice fast start there from Ethan Hagenbart. He absolutely dominated the breakout He was similar in the underwater, but that first stroke he engaged so well, and he's continued all the way down. He is absolutely pushing ahead. This is a cracking swim. Comes down to touch in a 22.39. That's about half a second off his entry time. That is a very fast swim for the morning. A great way to start out our boys, 15 to 16 years, 50 metres freestyle with a 22.39. He is very happy with that, and rightly so.
And not far off that Australian record either, Welshie. That 16-year-old record sitting at 22.33, and he did a 22.39, so fantastic morning swim. We've seen a lot of these swimmers being able to produce those Australian records in the morning, so it's fantastic to see another strong heat here from Hagelbart of lane number 4, taking out heat number 1, 22.39.
Put that down on the list, record watch tonight. So heat 2 now up on the blocks.
Take your marks.
The boys are off. This is heat number 2. The 15 to 16-year-olds, 50 metres freestyle. We saw a smashing first heat, that 22.39. These boys are powering through on the last 15 metres to go. Montana ever so slightly in front of the field here as he comes down under the flags. The battle coming from lane number 3, Cunningham, but it is Montana 23.00 there. Cunningham in that second touch on the wall, 23.26. And Chan, our visitor, 23.44. Fantastic job from these gentlemen in that heat number 2, 23.00. Some very fast times. Bryce Krause there in that heat, 24.19, the 15-year-old. Heat number 3 on the blocks. And the boys are off. Here we go. Another splash and dash in this 50 metres freestyle. Dunn looking strong and got off to a great start in 4. Bestick right next to him in 5, battling it out. Looking good is Dunn. Coming down to under the flags there. It is that battle for that touch on the wall, but Dunn ever so slightly in front. And it's a dead heat, 23.14 for those two swimmers. A fantastic 50 and very fast onto the wall.
I'm almost surprised we don't see more dead heats. The racing is so tight. We have had a few swim-offs throughout this meet. In fact, I think there was a potential of a 3-way swim-off yesterday. I think we had that at the start of the program. As we move now into heat 4.
Take your marks.
So heat 4 underway. And great start there in lane 5 from Lawson King. Keegan Calder also looked fast, but it might have been the deception of Charles Weston not being in the swim. Coming strong now, lane 2, Lachlan Stewart. It is Lockie who's pushed himself in front. He touches first in a 23.88. Second was Lawson King with a 24.24, and then a tie for third, another tie with Jagan Stevens in lanes 1 and 4, respectively.
Not much in it at all for these 50s. They are super quick, and it's about getting everything right. As we move along to heat number 5, we have 15 heats of this 50 freestyle, so much depth for these boys. As they just stand down ever so slightly, just waiting for those swimmers to get out of the pool at the finish end. They're all out now, so those swimmers jumping on the blocks. All these boys sitting within 0.2. Heat number 5 in the water. Flying start for these boys in this Heat number 5, splashing and dashing down to the end of the pool. 25 metres left to swim. It's anyone's race at this point. Those 50 metres are over so quick, and it's who can get their hand on the wall as they come down under the flags now. Ever so slightly, it's very tight on the wall. Markham gets it in lane number 3 in that 24.13. A fantastic swim, but really came down to the end there as there was no clear winner in that one. It was very tight.
Yeah, I was looking at lane 3. I thought 2 was right in there, and same with 0. And throw in lane 4. There were your top 4. So only hundredths of a second separating them. We've got 15 heats this morning. That's 5 done. We're only third of the way through. We ripped through them pretty quickly. I keep my eye out for our special guest's son, Sebastian Sieben. He's swimming in heat 14. So just waiting for that confirmation of times.
So just lane number 9 didn't quite come through there. So we're just waiting for those times to kick in. So Markham was the first on the wall in that 24.13. Maple Durham in that second touch on the wall, 24.22. And Nagel third to the wall, 24.29. And that time's just come in now. So 24.80 for Zoo out there in lane number 9. As those results are official, we move along now to heat number 6.
So times official from heat 5, as you said, Em. And now, with that advantage of knowing what's been thrown down before, heat 6 get their turn. In the water, very fast start across the field. Looking good, Caden Gooey in lane 8. He seemed to get out in front, but with a very strong swim. William Goldstraw, he looks very dominant in the middle. He's pretty much line ball with 4 and 5, but looks so strong. It's going to be between 4 and 5. It's 5 potentially. No, Leighton, Joshua Leighton. So Joshua Leighton in lane 2 got onto that wall like an absolute train, a 24.12. Jesse Wyatt second, 24.20, and then a tie between Goldstraw and Collins. So very, very tight yet again. Another tie for that bronze position. And again, we've got a little bit of a wait for the results as they get out of the water. Our commentary booth just located right next to lane 9 when we take that finish shot. And we can see the swimmers looking up to find their time. And sometimes it's hard in this glary sun to see the scoreboard at the other end. But their times are now official. So heat 7 on the blocks.
The boys just being asked to stand down. So we just wait for those swimmers to leave the pool. Heat number 7 getting up on the blocks now.
Take your marks.
And the boys are off in the 50 freestyle. This is heat number 7. Powering down to the wall, looking very strong. Is goer in 4. As they come down to 15 metres left to swim. Looking strong is Ford out there in lane number 1, powering through to the finish here. He will take that heat out in a time of 23.65. A great 50 for Samuel Ford out of lane number 1. And he is very happy with that. Fantastic to see. Breaking that 24-second mark. The 23.65 takes out heat number 7. Samuel Ford out of lane number 1. Our winner. As we have a look now. Heat number 8 coming up.
Take your marks.
Heat 8 in the water. Very fast start there from Kojima in lane 4. He was dynamic off the block. And Sims right next, well, actually Sims not with him. Where am I looking? Ben, lane 3 right next to him. Looking very strong as well. I think it might be Ben in lane 3. He touches the wall into 24.49. Cruz Hall in lane 7 touched second, 24.54. And then our early leader, Kojima, with that blistering start at 24.65. So all of these times, potential for a final swim tonight. And, we'll just have to wait to see confirmation of those times. Top 10 of each age group going through to their respective A final, the next 10 through to their respective B final, as Heat 9 is on the blocks.
Boys are away here. Very long underwater there for Bedgood in lane number 6 as they battle down to 25 metres left to swim, staying in that centre of the lane. Some of them straight arm, some of them not, as they power into that finish. Looking good out there is Hudson in 1. But over here on the other side of the pool, really fighting it out. Hudson takes it over Masters right next to him in lane 0. So 1 and 0 for the wins there, and 24.17 and 24.39. That third touch from Eva from lane number 7, 24.73. So fantastic job from heat number 9, 24.17, leading them through as we head now to the other end. Heat number 10 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Heat 10 underway. Strong start there from Teone in lane 4. Burke actually with one of the best in lane 3. He's looking very, very strong. That bright pink Warringah cap looking good. Paola Emilio out in lane 0 is up there. So is Kane in 7. It is Kane. So Pace Kane in lane 7. Nabs the win with 24.48, 24.76. Only a few tenths behind was second place with Pirikau. And third was Paley Milio up in lane 0.
Take your marks.
The boys are off heat number 11. 15 heats of this 50 freestyle here. We've seen some cracking times already. Great start from Corhall in 5. Very fast off the blocks as they come down to 15 metres left to swim. Anyone's race at this point, but Simmons in 4 looking very strong as he comes down under the flags. Simmons going to take this one out. Powered through on that finish, 24.25 from Thomas Simmons there from lane number 4. More with the second hand on the wall, 24.59. And low there from lane number 1, third to the wall in that 24.71. Fantastic swim from the middle of the pool there. Simmons with the win in 24.25 to take out heat number 11.
Heat 12 now ready to go. 15 heats in total, so only a few to go.
Take your marks.
So getting towards the later heats in this boys 15 to 16 years, 50 metres freestyle. And the start is all important. Lane 4 is our swimmer from Flinders, Phoenix Moss and Woodrow. Both of them with some of the best starts, although lane 6 in with a mix, Mika. It was Pozzoli in lane 3. Woodrow in for second, Moss in for third. So a great start there from Moss, just couldn't get his hand on the wall as quickly as Pozzoli. And there is your confirmed times and list from heat 12.
Take your marks.
Heat number 13 in the water. Strong underwater there from Go in lane 3, doing a great job of being able to extend to that 15. Here they go, 25 metres left to swim. He's ever so slightly in front of the rest of the field, our swimmer from lane 3, but looking strong. Reynolds out of there in lane number 0 as they come down under the flags. It might be 0, it might be 3, but look at that. It's number 6. Kipen's there, out there, smashing it in that 24.80. Go, great start, 24.96, and Reynolds there, that 25.06 from lane number 0. I thought he had it on the wall, but not enough to get that win. It did come from Kipens there in that 24.80.
You had to have 8 pairs of eyes just to see what was going on with that. In fact, maybe 10 would help. It's very tricky to see, especially the outside lanes. It's deceiving as they come down the pool.
That splash certainly takes over, and it's hard to see over those arms flying into the wall. Sometimes it's just a matter of the best person on that stroke to finish without gliding into the wall. So a fantastic job from heat number 13. Heat number 14 on the box now. 2 more heats of this 50 freestyle.
Take your marks.
Heat 14 in the water, and you'll see the famous Sieben name there in lane 4. With a great start, Sebastian is right on track for a good swim. If he wins, I want him up on the lane rope, just like senior Sieben. And coming down now, really good swim here from Juan. He's absolutely dominated the second half of this swim, and it looks like he's going to get his arm on the wall first. So first Taylor Juan, second through was David Nigel down in the other side of the pool, and Sebastian Sieben holds on for third in this second last heat of the boys 15-16 years 50 metres freestyle.
Great personal best times there in heat number 14. All those boys sitting in that 25 mid-range, so 24.68 for our winner. So fantastic job as we head now heat number 15 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
The boys are away. The battle here. Western off to a great start in 6. Really powered through in that underwater and dominating through that first 25 metres. As we come down to the final part of this race, he's holding it together ever so slightly in front of Whiting out there in 3, powering under the flags. It's that battle to the wall. Western got the best touch there in that 24.41 in front of Whiting there in that 24.82. High third to the wall in that 25.18. As well, fourth to the wall in 25.94. Great job from our final heat of the 50 freestyle.
Now, nicely, Charles Western was actually meant to be in heat 4. And he actually perfectly equaled his entry time, coincidentally. But he was meant to be in heat 4, and he obviously, for one reason or another, was a bit late to the marshalling, and they allowed him to swim in that last heat. So that is good to see.
Very lucky.
Very lucky, but
they don't often do that.
I'm very happy that they did, and gets in. So that's where that discrepancy was. But we move now to event 65 on day 5 of the Australian Age Swimming Championships. It's the girls 15 to 16 years, 200 metres backstroke. Now, backstroke, Emily Seabom, which one is that again?
The one you were the best at.
I thought it was one that you were the best at.
Also the one I was the best at, just in a different group to you. You were the males, I was the females.
Hopefully. But yeah, backstroke very much dear to the heart, both Emily Seabom and myself. And the 200 backstroke, we've got 8 heats this morning. Heidi Schumack, the title holder for 15 years, obviously representing the 16 years now. In the middle of the pool.
And the girls are away. This is your 15 to 16 years 200 metres backstroke. We'll see some great underwaters on display here in lane number 4. Heidi Schumack, she's really dominated those backstroke and those butterfly events. And she's looking very strong already here this morning in this 200 backstroke. Lee right next to her in 5, not letting her get too far away on that first 50, but also keep an eye out for Jeffs in lane number 6. As they approach that first 50 turn now, they're turning through in that 32.39 for Schumacher, Lee in that 32.65, and Jeffers in lane 3, 32.74. So powering through that first 50, trying to find their rhythm and their pace here in this 200. Also trying to stay away from that lane rope. So that sun is quite high on these swimmers. So the sun, I find, is always worse on that even 50 on the way back to the start end seems to be the worst. The way out to the turn wall isn't normally as bad, but turning through in that 107.42. Schumacher there. Jeff is taken over that second position in that 107.64. And Jeff's now from lane number 6 in that third position at the wall, that 108.72. So keep an eye out on those later heats to see that split change on that first 100 metres. But looking very strong is Schumacher out in front.
Now, speaking of that sun, really quickly as they come up to that third turn, there's a couple of things that the swimmers can do, obviously, about that. One is the goggle choice, and having tinted, and you can get some very tinted goggles now that almost remove the sun. You can even get polarised goggles, but you can do that. The other is obviously just lifting that head slightly so that you can see that lane rope to give you a point of reference. The problem with that, obviously, is that, like a seesaw, it pushes your hips down. And that increased drag makes it so much harder. And in a 200 backstroke, it's the last thing you need. So Heidi Schumacher has led from start to finish now in this first heat of the girls' 15 to 16 200 backstroke. And she comes down to touch in a very quick 2:17.87. Dory Lee in for second, 2:21.01. And Kira Jeffs, a 2:22.23, almost a full margin of 2s there in her time. Julia Jeffers in for 4th, and Jessica Pearson, for our Suits fans, in for 5th place.
Now maybe once this heat starts, Welshie, you can just explain the difference of the swimmers in the backstroke event swimming out to almost near the flags for the start of the next heat. Just waiting for those results to become official.
Well, while we're waiting, absolutely. So we call it swimming over the top, and it's to save time, ironically, even though we've got a little pause here, to save time. And rather than usually we'd have the swimmers waiting underneath the blocks because the divers would dive over the top and it wouldn't disrupt them at all. But now with the backstroke start, you need the wall clear and you need that little area around there clear. So the swimmers swim out to 5 metres to allow the next heat to be able to start without any interference. And as we see the next wave of swimmers getting ready for their heats, we've got 8 heats this morning in the girls 15 to 16 years, 200 metres at backstroke.
The only problem I have with the swimmers holding on to the lane rope is they tend to bring the lane rope down quite a bit, so it can interfere that heat as they come up at that 15 metre mark. If the lane rope is underwater, they won't be able to see it.
Yes, I do completely agree, because you use that as a bit of a reference, because it's hard to see the surface of the water while you're under it, but it's easy to see where the lane rope is, and that tells you where the surface of the water is.
Take your marks.
So off and racing here in Heat 2 of this 200 metres backstroke. 4 laps here at this outdoor Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. I hope the girls have got their sunscreen on and their dark goggles on. The sun is a factor in this 4-lap backstroke race. More so, as you said before, MC Bomb, in this the even number of laps. You can see the shadow there from the light tower, getting a small reprieve to the swimmers in lanes 9, 8, 7 and 6. As they turn through first, Eloise McClellan, 32.78, takes them through in front of Allegra Crean. Only a couple of tenths though. Woodford out in lane 0. It's tough out there in lane 0. Not only do you have the sun in your eyes, but you've got a wall, and that wall we don't want to be on her left hand as Ruby Woodford swims down now and trying to hold on to that third place. 4th through is Madison Hennessy next to her, and then Minna Bertinado out in lane 8. The halfway, Allegra Crean still holding on. She's the second fastest qualifier in the 16-year-old age group. Some 16-year-old out of Marion in South Australia.
Doing a great job of this 200 backstroke is Crean, moving through on that second 50 to take over that lead in front of McClellan there. They turn through in that 108.12, so Schumacher turned through in that 107.42, so there's half a second in that first 100 metres as they come down to that final turn, turning through in that 144.35, 145.70 for McClellan there, and Harrison that 146.44. The final 50 metres is all important in this backstroke event. Don't let go of that pace. Keep pushing all the way through to the wall and doing a great job. Is Crean out in front? She's ever so slightly letting her legs relax here on the final 15 metres. McClellan doing a great job in lane 2. Corbett coming through now in lane 3 in that third position. As they come down to that touch, it will be Crean that takes that out in that 220.29. McClellan second to the wall, 222.03. And Corbett third to the wall in that 222.56. So very tight in that 222 mark. We had 3 swimmers sitting in that 222. So Harrison also at 222.74. So a very tight final there. That 220.29 from Crean there. A very tidy morning swim. I think she let that go ever so slightly and just relaxed into that last 50. So we'll see what she's able to produce tonight. Obviously a tight battle with Schumacher, who will be very strong to be in that final tonight.
It's funny when we see swimmers relax like that and lengthen out their stroke. It's obviously important to keep the efficiency, to maintain your energy. If you don't have to kill yourself in the morning, why would you? But it sometimes really changes their efficiency. They lose so much speed. And, you know, we've seen a few people trying to pick it back up again because other swimmers come at them. So it's sometimes a bit of a risk easing off like that. But if you can get away with it, it does help you. You start your recovery just that little bit earlier.
It probably gives you a bit of a chance to do it if you know you're in that first position and you know that no one else is going to take over your position. That's probably the only time I would have used it if I was racing.
Yeah, and it doesn't take, you don't have to back off that much to make it that much easier.
Take your marks.
So third heat underway. This 200 metres backstroke. Nice long underwater work there from Lisa Richards in lane 6. But probably with the best start was Jessica Mello. Really good reaction off the wall and very good speed. And going with her, it looks like Madeline Harvey and Madison McKenna right next to her. So it'll be Harvey, Mello, McKenna. Not particularly in that order, though. In fact, almost the opposite. McKenna, Harvey, and then Mello. So lanes 1, 2, or 2, 3, and 4, rather, taking through in the early stage. And Madison McKenna as the third fastest qualifier for the entire field. Just trying to put her authority onto this race in this second lap. We know the importance of the third, but if you can start that third lap with a bit of a lead, it makes it so much easier. Love these underwater shots. It's fantastic for the cameraman to hold his breath that long to be able to bring them to us. As Madison McKenna turns into 106.69. Got about a bit over a second ahead of Harvey and Mello, pretty much right next to each other. And now Donnellan and Richards, you can see them there on screen in lanes 5 and 6 coming through. Also Greater X in lane 7.
They've gone out almost a second faster than anyone else so far in this 200 backstroke. So if she can hold this together, Madison McKenna, she's off to a very strong time here in this backstroke event. She turns through there at the 1:43.05 in front of Mello in lane 3, that 1:44.80, and Harvey in that third position, that 1:45.33. As they come down to 25 metres left to swim, she's holding on to this lead But you can see Mello there really fighting back in lane number 3. So she's not able to let go of this one as she chases that down as she comes under the flags now. It will be McKenna that takes out heat number 3. And then we'll have a look at that time on the wall, that 2:19.68 from Mello to take over from McKenna there in that 2:20.07. And third onto the wall was Richards in that 2:21.70. So a great job from Asuma in lane number 3 to take over that lead in the final 7 metres of that race. A fantastic job and a great time, 2:19.68. They went out super hard in that one as well, so they turned through in that 1:06. So a very tidy first 100.
We're getting a lot of these results pending. I'm just wondering why. Whether there's something, one of the touchpads isn't doing something, or we don't seem to have that many so far. We just seem to have more this morning. So
it's been after every heat so far, just in these backstroke events, I've noticed. It's been every one. So I don't know if it's sometimes with the backstrokes. So you can see now they've made a change on McKenna. So I did call McKenna touching the wall first.
Right.
But it came up as Mello first and McKenna second. So they've adjusted those times. So sometimes these girls coming in don't hit hard enough on their hands, and actually it's their back that hits the wall first that stops the clock. So we had that adjustment. So it was Madison McKenna in that 2:18 to take out that heat number 3.
So fourth heat now.
Take your marks.
So first of the non-seeded heats. Top 30 swimmers are ranked within the top 3 heats, and now into heat 4. And it's Kazda in the middle of the pool, who's just stroking it out pretty nicely at the moment. Very nice, long, strong stroke. Charlotte Morgan's next to her, but if anything, it's Sophie Ryan in the outside lane, who's really ripped that first 50. So she turns through in a 33.01. Second through was Emerson Nunn on the other side of the pool in lane 1, 33.85. There's a tie for third in the middle of the pool. Kazda and Morgans, both on a 34.06. But that tie broken up pretty quickly now. Morgans has just tried to push herself away from Kazda and catch up to Sophie Ryan's. Hard to see where everyone is. She probably feels that she's in the lead at the moment, Morgans, but she's probably somewhere between second and fourth. In fact, it is fourth. So first through was Ryan, second was Wall. Third through would have been Kazda and Morgan. So again,
third through was Nunn then.
Oh, Nunn.
Because Ryan's time didn't come up on that 100-metre turn. So it was Ryan, Wall, and then Nunn. I'm not sure why that time didn't come up on that 100-metre turn. Maybe just not hard enough on the feet. I saw Ryan was caught on that wall too in lane 9.
Yeah, it's if you're not hard enough with a turn, I'm not sure what you have to do pushing off with your legs. But for one reason or another, the times and placings now being reset on that third turn. So exactly as you said, Emily, it's Ryan. Kazda has moved herself up to second, third through Wall. Nunn has been pushed back to fourth. Now Morgan's in for fifth as they come down.
Ryan holding on to the lead ever so slightly there from lane number 9, doing a great job as those girls in those middle lanes now really battling it out with her. So taking over the lead is Wall out there. She will touch the wall first in that 2:25.75. Kazda in that second touch on the wall, 2:26.53. And Nunn third to the wall in that 2:27.68. So a fantastic job from our swimmer from lane number 2 to power through on that last 50 and to take over that lead at a 36.16 last 50. So fastest 50 out there. So your theory still works, Welshie, that the fastest 50 is winning those races. But Indiana Wall takes out that heat at 2:25.75 for heat number 4. We have 8 heats of the 200 backstroke. Another 4 heats to go. We will have a 15-year-old final tonight, so fastest 10 15-year-olds will come back and fastest 10 16-year-olds will come back to do it all again tonight for a chance at being your national champion, a silver or a gold or a bronze medal tonight. As we just wait for those results to become official. They should be coming up on your screen any second. There they are. And then we will start our heat number 5.
So eight heats in total. And so we're halfway through our girls 15 to 16 years, 200 metres backstroke. So they jump in the water. So our commentary booth is right at the bottom of that screen, that blue tent. So we can look straight across and see the girls on their start.
Take your marks.
As they start nicely. Quick reaction there from lane 2. Audriana David. Quickly off also as Cara Bird. And now starting to try to make an early break is Wang in lane 5. She's lifted that rating. Anna Somerville out in lane 1. And also Gelden Hughes and Roberts out in 7 and 8. They're taking it out pretty strongly as well. And it will be Roberts onto the wall first. Gelden Hughes in 7. And Ya Rule and Wang in lane 5 from Melbourne Vic Centre. Rolls over in 3rd. Bethan Chugg in 4th position in lane 4. And she's got a bit of work to do to try and catch these leaders, and that's exactly what she's set out to do. So Mia Roberts in lane 8 led them through marginally in front of Gelden Hughes next to her, but she's continued her charge that little bit better than the rest of the field. And she turns at that midpoint in a 109.13. Chugg through in front, or just behind Wang rather. So Wang then Chugg, and then Gelden Hughes second back down to 4th. Somerville on the other side of the pool down in 6th, but trying to make a charge in this third 50. We know how important this third 50 is in these 200s. And I'm really impressed with Mia Roberts' swim in lane 8. She took them out hard and she's continued that dominance. She's had 3 ripping laps. She's swam a 32 and then 2 back-to-back 36s, and no one else obviously in the field has been able to match that, with most of them swimming 37s, 38s and 9s. So very impressive swim.
She sits at that program in that 2:27.87, so she's on track to do a really good time if she can hold this last 15 metres together to get on that wall first, and she's doing a great job of this. She's upped her stroke rate as she comes down under the flags now. She will take the win in this heat number 5 as she touches the wall in that 2:23.07. A great PB from Roberts there. Chugg second onto the wall in that 2:24.64, and Wang third to the wall in that 2:27.13. Very happy with that.
He loves it.
Mia Roberts.
Gotta love a 4-second PB.
I don't know how she does it with those massive earrings.
They've got small propellers in them.
Absolutely cracking time for that heat number 5, that 2:23.07.
So only a few heats to go, 8 in total. We've got 4 heats left. 3 hits left, 6, 7 and 8.
Just waiting for those results to become official, and they are on your screen right now. So Mia Roberts taking out heat number 5 in that 2:23.07 as we welcome heat number 6 into the water.
Take your marks.
Very slick start there from Phillips in lane 7. Lund also looking good in lane 5. But a long way underwater and very fast from Eva Vaccaro. So very strong swim from our 15-year-old from North Albury. Also going well is Megan Lee in lane 2, swimming for Western Aquatic. And they go down to the touch. It will be Vaccaro from Lee, and then Phillips in 3rd. 4th was Waith, and then Wheeler in 5th. So with the sun in the rise, they take on this second lap of the 200 metres backstroke. We find a lot of the backstrokers just moving over to the lane rope, usually on that left side of the lane, because that's what they're used to in training.
They all seem to be on that right side of the lane rope currently. As they come down to that 100-metre turn now, leading them through in that 109.92. Wyeth with the second turn on the wall, that 110.55, and Lee there in that 111.01. As they really find that rhythm in the 200 backstroke. Some would say this being maybe the slowest 50 out there, that third 50. Normally trying to save a little bit in the tank for that last 50 and to come home super strong. It's quite the battle here now coming into that 150 turn. These girls turning almost together in that 147.41, 147.57. Stewart now in lane number 1, taking over that 3rd position as they fight down for the last 25 metres of this race. A nice battle in the middle of the pool here with those two ladies. Wyeth there was in the lead at that 150 turn, and we'll see if she can get her hand on the wall here as they come down under that 15-metre rope now. Baracco doing a great job in 4 to hold on to this lead, but it's going to come down to the hand on the wall. Wyeth gets it in that 2:23.66, that 2:23.75, and Stewart 3rd to the wall in that 2:24.96. A great battle in that last 50, almost that last 75, as Wyeth made her move then and really came up close on that 150 turn, and then the last 50 was the battle between those two ladies.
Looking at those splits, Vaccaro just allowed Wyeth in that third 50. She was a second slower in that third 50. We've talked about the importance, and it might have looked like it came down to the touch, but the real damage was done in the third 50.
Take your marks.
So heat 7 starts us away. Second last heat here of the girls 15 to 16 years at 200 metres backstroke. And with a relatively high head position for awareness and a little bit of an overreachy stroke there, we work our way down the field. And Sprout looking good in lane 5. Denenzo in lane 4 is just on her shoulder, but Johnson and Hewitt really want to get themselves out in front. So it's Sprout from Johnson and Hewitt, and then Faley and Chan. So the higher lane numbers really leading them through in this early stage. It is important to evenly split all of your energy up throughout this 200. Don't burn yourself up at the start, but the advantage you get can sometimes be the difference between getting a hand on the wall and not. So Sprout out quickly. Johnson staying with her. But Hewitt, if anything, is coming through. Matilda Young also looking good in lane 2. And she touches first at the halfway mark. A 111.90 just in front of Sprout. Only a 10th of a second in it, though. Then Hewitt, then Johnson. So nice to see their skills off the wall. Some underwater kicks and getting back onto their stroke. And going over to the safety of the lane rope. We see the swimmer there from MLC, Matilda Young. And she's had a great middle 100. Her second 50 was the fastest in the field. The third 50 looks to be much of the same. So she split a 35.0 in the first 50, a 36.9, and then a 38.2. She's been very consistent through this 200 metres backstroke, and she's still got the lead. She's getting a little bit tangled up on the lane ropes, but at least she knows where she is. Her biggest threat is going to come from Cashman and from D'Annunzio in lane 4. Also keep an eye on Hewitt. But she comes down to the wall. She's got a strong lead and touches with a 2:27.68 for first in this 7th heat. Cashman does swim herself up with a great last 50 of 2:28.57. And third to the wall was D'Annunzio with a 2:29.21. So one more heat to go in this 200 metres backstroke. Results there for Heat 7. As always, the top 10 15-year-olds and top 10 16-year-olds will go through to their respective final tonight. Just the one final for our 200-metre events. As we have 3 athletes competing in this final heat.
Take your marks.
So away for Heat 8 of the girls 15 to 16 years 200 metres backstroke. Really nice starts there from Buchanan and Martineau. Bombadji with a little bit of work to do to catch back up. It's exactly what she's doing. She's swimming herself right back into contention. Martineau with that outside lane 5, because she's got no one from 6 to 10. Just trying to move herself away from the rest of the field. So Buchanan touches first from Martineau, and then Bombadji. And a great opportunity for some personal best times here in this final heat. The girls have gone in to this race with very close times, less than a tenth of a second separating them, and all of them yet to break 2 minutes 30. So 2 minutes 30 pretty much on the dot is where they sit. 2:30.3, 2:30.4. And now as they come down to the touch, they're going to turn it around a minute 10, a minute 11. So it's 1:11.5 for Martineau, 12.0 and 12.8 for Buchanan and Bombadji respectively.
Doing a great job of this 200 right now, leading them through. Not there in 5, very strong in this third 50. She's got a body length and a half on the rest of the field here, coming into that 150-metre turn, that last 50. Whatever you can produce, we'll see if she can produce some underwater kicks there in that backstroke. We know how important that is, those backstroke skills, as she comes in for that turn right now. Turning through in that 1:49.92. Good underwater kicks from those girls, about 3 to 4. Fantastic to see. Martineau, they're still in front here as they come down to the final 25 metres left to swim. These girls all quite centred in the lane. Fantastic to see. Bombadji the only one just slightly on that lane rope as they come down. 15 metres left to swim. It's become a right battle here as they don't have much to go. 5 metres left to swim for these girls in heat number 8. And Martineau takes the touch there in that 2:27.77. A great job to get on.
So 2:27.7. We knew the time they're looking for was somewhere under that 2:30. Bombadji gets that time as well. But 2:27 is a fantastic swim from our final heat. All these times will be combined, collated for our finals tonight, but some great swimming yet again from our age groups. We move now into the next event, event 66, the boys 17-18 years at 100 metres backstroke. The Australian records held by Isaac Cooper for both the 17 and 18s. A time of 53.43 for the 17s, and interestingly a slower time for the 18s, 54 54.02. And results there from the previous race. We had a disqualification. 3 of them were in the field. Not sure what the disqualification was for, but only 2 of them officially finished. With our summary of the top swimmers, Heidi Schumack fastest through. So boys are now out ready to go for their 100 metres back. And attention is going to inevitably go to lane 4 with the fastest swimmer, our towering Henry Allen, 17-year-old from Bendigo East. He has a time of 53.72, which was the Australian age record last year for the 16-year-olds.
Well, I got to think, if he only just tucked in that hair at the back, he would be a lot quicker too. Look at that on the screen right now.
I'll get some scissors.
A little bit of drag there.
Marks.
Well, long hold there at the start of this 17, 18-year-old 100 metres backstroke. And Henry Allen there straight over to the side of the lane. And absolutely motoring down the pool, using those huge oars of his to push him to a win.
He's flying here in this first 50. He's got half a body length on the field at that first turn. Turns through in that 26.29. Sirianni right next to him in that 27.41 as he powers through that second 50. He's really upped his stroke rate. He's really brought in those legs. He is powering to the wall with 25 metres left to swim. He is after it this morning. He broke the Australian record in the 200 backstroke, and he is aiming to do the same thing in this 100 backstroke as he comes down to the touch on the wall. 53.76, a great morning swim for Henry Allen. Sirianni second on the wall in that 57.32, and Mitchell third to the wall from lane number 1 in that 57.42.
Well, that record watch has got to be under observation tonight. Isaac Cooper holding that Australian record 53.43, only a third of a second quicker. Interestingly, though, he broke the 18 years record, which is only a 54.0, but he's not eligible for that one. That's not his age group. So an interesting situation there. So that'll be a great one to watch tonight.
One of the athletes that certainly is on that 18 years watch, the defending champion for the 17 years now, 18 years old, St Andrews, Jack Morrow, swims from lane 4 here. Whittington as well, the 18-year-old in 5, and Sydney Keto, 18 from lane 3. So you can see Morrow take to the water with that QAS maroon cap racing for St Andrews in the middle of the pool. A fantastic start across. You can see Kashi Liu of Rackley now on your screen, starting to get to work through this opening 25 metres, but the class of the field rising to the top. Morrow in the middle of the pool will turn in first, really maximising this second 25, turning through there 27.17, so a fraction off the pace of what we saw Allen go out in that first 50. But as we sit here with Jack Morrow, he looks exceptionally comfortable in the middle of the pool and is building through to the final 25 metres. He's cleared out from the field. He's not switching off, which we saw as well from Heat 1, as Morrow is sitting out in front of this race, and he's going to take a comfortable victory, stopping the clock here, 55.90. An impressive swim for Jack Morrow. Biddington second, Keto rounding out the top 3, and it is, as expected, 4-5-3, the order of the lanes, 1, 2, 3.
So heat number 2 results. Jack Morrow with that top time, 55.90. Biddington second to the wall in that 57.64. Keto third, 57.65, as we just wait for those results to be ratified. And our boys in heat number 3 jumping in the water right now. Cracking first heat, 53.76. 55.90, and we'll see what this heat number 3 can produce.
Take your marks.
So there's a lot of excitement about this age group backstroke, and Campbell Wilson-Moran leads the charge as the third fastest into the race and swimming strongly on your screen currently, Jet Burke of McLean, just near the front, as well as Regan Chiang. He's been prolific, but throughout the start of the race, it is Wilson Moran who's built a body length to this side, half a body length to the other, being led by Cash Milner, currently sitting in second out of lane 3.
Wilson Moran doing a great job in that first 50, 26.91, leading that field through. He's looking very strong as he comes down to 15 metres left to swim. Milner in 3, really battling it out for that second position. Chang in 5. It's a battle to the wall, but it will be Wilson Moran that gets the hand on the wall first in that 56.11. Chang, our visitor, in lane number 5. Second hand on the wall in that 57.35. Milner there, third to the wall in that 57.42. Some more fast times for these boys in these heats. As we know, we'll have a 17-year-old final, so top 10 fastest 17-year-olds, and that fastest 17-year-old so far with that 53.76. We'll have our 18-year-old final, so fastest 10 18-year-olds. As we're just waiting for those results, we seem to have had a DQ here from Wilson Moran. So our new leader is Chang from lane number 5 in that 57.35. Not sure what happened there. There's not too much that you can do wrong in the backstroke unless it was at the start end. A little bit of movement when they're in that set position, but there are the results on the screen. So our visitor Chang takes out heat number 3.
We've been blessed with some fast swimming here, and we expect much more from heat 4. Just your thoughts, just how good is a 53? And we'll dive into that in a second as these boys will dive into heat 4.
Take your marks.
The head off here, heat 4 of 6, of course. The 100 backstroke well and truly underway. We have another visitor swimming from lane 4 in Zhang of New Zealand. Knox Pimble on the screen currently through Lucas Johnston as they go through the 25-metre mark.
Very long on that start, so those backstrokers have to pull up, and the last person to pull up obviously makes all those other boys wait in that ready position. So Davies through first at that 50-metre mark in that 27.87. From lane number 9, they're doing a fantastic job, just hidden by those sponsorship banners on the side there as they come down to 15 metres left to swim. He's trying to hold on to this lead, really powering through with that final 15 metres, but looking good is the rest of the field there coming through as they come down to the touch. O'Neill ever so slightly in front. Yes, he does take the touch. William O'Neill from lane 3 in that 59.14. Johnson third to the wall in that 59.33. Back row in that 6th position from lane number 6. Third on the wall with that 59.42. DeCaro, a fantastic job from lane 6.
See O'Neill, they're pretty happy with that one as he deserves to be. 59.14. He entered through 1:00.04, so I think that was the first time for O'Neill breaking that minute mark. A massive, impressive performance there for Rackley. As once again we just hold slightly as we wait for the results to come through as official. Again, that was heat 4 of 6, so 2 heats still to come. We find out who will be heading to the finals for the 100 backstroke. So good to see a stock result 1 through 10 there with O'Neill confirmed 59.14 as our leader. Heat 5 ready to go and behind the blocks now. Feels like a cardinal sin to say they dive in the backstroke, but I don't really know what else to use.
I don't know. Jump in?
It's like a bounce down for footy. No longer a bounce down. Not sure what to call it. Game on, maybe. Or game on here for heat 5.
Stand down, please, swimmers.
Oh, no.
A lot of the backstrokers you get a lot of difference with when they jump in the water too. Some swimmers like to jump all the way down to the bottom, sort of push off to activate their legs. Some swimmers don't want to get their ears wet, so they can hear that start clearly. So lots of differences at that start.
Away cleanly, though. It is heat 5. You can see once again, bit of variety off the start blocks. Burton, 56 or 0.56 of a second to react, so incredibly quick, and he's transferred that through the start of this race in a battle with Bradbrook in 3 and 4. And the host of the field also trying to go with them, being led by Morgan out in lane 0.
Bradbrook doing a great job of this first 50, powering through to that first on the turn, that 29.02. Urquhart with that second position from lane number 7 in that 29.35. And Phillips from lane number 9 in that third position, very tight with those top competitors as they come down. They've got 15 metres left to swim. Bradbrook doing a great job in 3 to hold on to this lead as he comes down under the flags. He's got half a body length on Fleming right next to him in lane number 2, and he does get his hand on the wall. So Bradbrook there with that top time, 59.77. Very happy with that. Fleming second to the wall in that 0038. Urquhart third to the wall in that 0059. Bailey Bradbrook taking out heat number 5. As we have a look now, those results are official on your screen. And we move along to the 6th and final heat. Gone are the days where the boys in the backstroke events would swim out to about 5 metres and then swim back in. Everyone seems to just start right at the start end.
Heat 6 off and underway. Wonder if there's something in that, M. Of course, racing well and alive here at the Age Championships. And, of course, thank you for joining us on the exclusive coverage from Nine's Wide World of Sports. But the backstroke event has been one that has really developed over the last couple of years. So tight at a world-class level, especially in the men's ranks at the top. And all those little advantages can mean so much, including the little advantage that O'Neill's established through this opening 50.
Doing a great job in front of our visitors. So he turns through in that 28.93. So a cracking first 50 from O'Neill as he powers through. 25 metres left to swim. Our visitors are fighting back with him right now. So it is a battle here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Our visitors are going to come down with their hand on the wall first. They do in that 59.63. O'Neill able to hold out for that second position in that 0058. A great job from our visitor to take out that last heat. But good for O'Neill to get his hand on the wall. That 101.84 was his time in the program, so a 0058 for him. A great PB.
Yeah,
those results are official. Sorry, Will.
No, I was just going to say the New Zealanders have shown up throughout the competition, and to go again at Coppesian under that minute mark, it's massive to see. Even on day 5, they're rocking up. Henry Allen, though, also rocking up. We'll keep an eye on him this evening. 53.76 to lead out the first of 6 heats. Just how special is 53?
Considering that it beat the 18-year-old's time by 2 seconds, it's pretty incredible to watch. I think it will be an exciting race for him tonight. I feel like he is really doing some very strong heats to get himself prepared for that next level, for that world class of being able to produce hard heats, but then back it up in those finals. So it'd be interesting to see what time he can produce. I've written that down as record watch, as well as the boys 16-year-olds 50 freestyle. We're on record watch for that one as well. As we head into another 50 event, this is you girls 17 to 18 years, 50 metres breaststroke. Lily Koch, your fastest qualifier in lane number 4.
Record watch again, potentially? Potentially.
Potentially.
We'll see how they go have to get through this first of 7 heats. Kosh, prolific last night in the mixed 4x50 relay for Melbourne. They got the victory, and Melbourne Vic Centre well represented here by Kosh, who leads with 15 to come. The best of the challengers is Julius Spedding. A massive day already. And Ray with some work to do out of lane 5. They will be the top 3 on the wall. Kosh will hold on and does so. 31.55 to take the victory. Second going the way of Spedding with a 32.22. And Ray nailing the finish there to finish in the top 3 overall. So the first of 7 done as the next heat is about to head to the blocks, and we get the confirmed result that all 10 athletes through comfortably.
So that 50 breaststroke leading mark so far, that 31.55, a very cracking first 50 from Lily Kosh there. As we welcome heat number 2, we have 7 heats of the 50 breaststroke.
Take your marks.
And the girls are away in the 50 breaststroke. Off to a cracking start was Mounter in 5. Great reaction time for her as she powers through. 25 metres left to swim for these ladies, and it could be anyone at this point. That breaststroke is about that high stroke rate, and whatever you can produce, that leg drive needs to be super strong, but looking very good is Pope in 3 as they come down under the flags. It will be Pope. Wilson right next to her in that second position, but Olivia Pope there, that 32.29. Wilson second to the wall in that 32.56, and Mounter with that 33.10. So a great result from Pope there to take out heat number 2. 32.29 for Olympia Pope there. Interesting that Hayley McKinder did not swim that 50 breaststroke. So she was the second fastest qualifier, but didn't swim this morning. So we move on now to heat number 3.
Leading the way, 4-3 is Bergen in lane 4 for Rackley. Again, the 17-year-old showing their dominance in the breaststroke. The best of the starts, though, comes from Strawn. She was incredible last night, and backing it up is Lacey Strawn of Bond out of lane 5. The challenge starting to rise here. Chu and Bergen in the middle, 3 and 4. I think that's the top 3 as they come down with 10 to swim. You can see the class of Bergen coming through, and it will be her race as she stops the clock. 32.47. Chu second. And rounding out the top 3 from Fiji, Modern Soko. Great swim for the top 3. 33.30 rounding that top 3. Strawn with the fast start, but just fading into 4th. Just behind. Those fractions of a second will matter to get through to tonight's finals. Hopefully, Strawn booking her pace in that final. But Chu certainly putting her best foot forward as the leading 18-year-old for Brisbane Grammar.
As we just wait for those results to become official and those ladies to leave the pool. We've got a big day of racing. We've got the 200 breaststrokes to come after this. We've got some 100 metres butterfly. Also some 200 butterfly for boys, 15 to 16 years. And then we finish out the morning with 1500 freestyle. So those distance events at the end of the program become quite tough for those athletes, but they are so mentally focused on their race. It doesn't throw them out at all. Just waiting on those results. They should be coming up on your screen right now. Bergen taking out that heat number 3 in that 32.47 as we move along now to heat number 4 of 7. The 50 breaststroke.
Take your marks.
And the girls are underwater in this 50 metres breaststroke, powering through. A great underwater for D'Souza there in 5. Really utilised that dolphin kick. And we power through to that finish. as the battle becomes for those middle lanes there. D'Souza, Simmons, Steinman right in lane 2 looking strong. Coming down almost under the flags now, right ever so slightly in front of the rest of the field, looking very strong as she powers through to the wall. She will take it right in that 33.26 from Simmons in 4 in that 33.72. Cook with the third hand on the wall from lane number 7 in that 33.95. A great swim from Alexis Wright there to take out that heat number 4 at 33.26. As we move along now, this is heat number 5.
So heat 5 hits the water here as they take on the 50-meter breaststroke. 5 of 7, of course. A great start coming from Connolly out in lane 8 for DVE Aquatic. In the middle of the pool, we're currently sitting McCoy and Dudley. McCoy on the red cap in 5. What a swim that is happening out in lane 1 by Ianello, Sophia Ianello of Camden. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, or maybe it will be. Sophia Ianello just proving us wrong. 34.00 takes the heat. McCoy settling for second there. And Wu as well being let out by a fantastic swim from Sophia Ianello of Camden, New South Wales. So we get the confirmed results. Good to see again across the board. Great swims, no disqualifications. We move through now to heat 6.
Take your marks.
And the girls are off. And some beautiful starts there from the side of the pool that time, but a great reaction. Asef there from lane 4, very strong off the blocks, but powering to the lead here. The ladies in those outside lanes really pushing through. Dennis in 1 looking very strong. Lane 1 has been quite strong in those earlier heats as we power down to the last 5 meters. Dennis there ever so slightly in front. She doesn't get her hand on the wall first. 34.49. Stropoulos there taking out the win over Dennis in that 34.49. You win with that third touch onto the wall, 35.15. Fantastic swim there in heat number 6. We now move to the 7th and final heat of this 50 meters breaststroke.
There's so much young talent coming through this 50 breaststroke. We miss Ava Candy in this race. So lane 4 vacant on the start, the 7th and final heat as we round out this incredible 17, 18 years 50-meter breaststroke. It's been good to see the depth coming through in these 50s especially. And Sio out in lane 9, taking her chance for Melbourne. As we come down, is currently sitting in lanes 2 and 3. That is Bird Atkinson in 3 and Hill swimming from 2. The lead now sitting out of lane 5 through Sarah Clayton. Clayton leads the field with a very quick stroke rate, and it will do her justice as she stops the clock there. 34.76 to take the victory, rounding out this incredible event. 67. Barsoom in second. Rounding out the top 3 was the fast starter Hill. As we wait for our confirmed results, we'll get them now on the screen. You can see Clayton is the leader, 34.76 to round out this event in Heat 7. The summary of those results now, Lily Kosh, no surprise, as Melbourne Vic Centre's star representative here in the breaststroke. 31.55 takes the event, 67 to the final. Spedding will lead the 18-year-olds for Griffith Uni with a 32.22. Keep an eye on that junior Pampax qualifying times, 31.35. That will be right on those record marks. Leaston Pickett holding those back from 2010 range. What a 50-meter breaststroker she was. But now we turn our attention and back to the pool as we welcome out event 68. This is the boys 13, 14 years, 200-meter breaststroke, the first of 9 heats ready to go.
Marks.
And underway now. as well. Camberwell Grammar, well represented through Quinn Richards. He has been incredible already this competition, taking the boys' 14 years 100-metre breaststroke national record as well as the gold in a dominant performance. He does have a beautiful long stroke, one that really suits the 200 breaststroke. 103 his time, 103.7 I believe his time from the 100. And that time, the first time a 14-year-old has broken the 104 mark for Australians. And he leads us through 32.18 on the turn. But he's got company as Anderson, Morris and Chang all sit near the lead of the race, hoping to put together a really strong swim as we go through this event. We notice as well that national record held by William Petrick of Nunawading, 2:19.73, set back in 2019. And obviously we know the incredible standard that he's brought now to the senior team.
Yeah, Will Petrick really dominating in a lot of events, those IMs. He's also very strong in, so fantastic to see him. Anderson leading us through that first 100 over Richards there in that 108.82, 108.95. Morris third to the wall, that 111.13. Chang fourth to the wall, in that 112.14. Not much in it at all for these boys. Those top two really battling it out, but the ones in at that third to fifth position quite close there. As they come to that 150-metre mark turn here, those boys are really fighting with each other. Anderson in the lead in that 146.12 in front of Richards there in that 146.23. And Morris third in that 150.06. So the battle is with 4 and 5 here as they come down to 25 metres left to swim. Richards was very strong in that 100 breaststroke, but Anderson trying to really power through in this 200 breaststroke as they come down under the flags. Richards has ever so slightly taken over that lead from Anderson, and he does touch the wall first in that 222.90, 224.28 for Anderson, and Morris third to the wall in that 228.28. So a great morning swim for Richards at 222.90. Slightly faster than the time in the program, so possibly a slight PB for him. Really dominating in those breaststroke events, Will.
Yeah, absolutely. Richie Benno special there, 222. And I'm sure, I might be reading into this, Em, but as soon as Richards hit the wall, he looked directly at Anderson on the touch. So
just trying to spot his competitors, maybe keep an eye out and make sure that he is touching the wall first. Levi Anderson second to the wall in that 223.77, and it was quite the battle with both of those boys. So interesting to note, it was just that Quinn was faster on the last 50 than what Anderson was, really powered through in that 36.67 last 50. As those results are official on your screen, that is heat number 1, that 222.90, your leading marker from Quinn Richards. As we move along to heat number 2.
Take your marks.
we move forward and expect this one to be exceptionally tight as well. The 14-year-olds well represented, with one of our top 13-year-old swimmers racing out of lane 2 for Knox Pymble. That's Zachary Chen, just a fraction off the pace in the early part of this race. Raphael O of Knox Pymble, 223.56. So between him, Richards, Anderson, and Co in the next heat, we have a star-studded lineup for the 14-year-olds, but O has to get through this nice and comfortably, and that's what he's doing through the first 50. He's cleared out to a body-length lead with a 32.16 on the turn. He leads Spencer and McShane, and we kind of expect this from O. 223 into this heat, 228, the second fastest, Lachlan Bull swimming out of lane 5. So as it plays out here, this isn't unsurprising.
No, he's really pulling away from the rest of the field, looking very strong as he comes to that 100-metre turn now Oh, doing a great job of this 200 breaststroke. He turns through in that 109.03 in front of Spencer there in that 112.21. And third position, Mick Bryan there in that 112.29. So not much in it in that second and third position, but Oh doing a great job of extending his lead throughout this 200 breaststroke. He saw that time that Richards was able to produce, that 222.90 on his mind. His time from the program, that 223.56. So he will be in a great battle with Richards tonight as he comes down to that 150-metre turn. Turns through in that 147.28. That second position been taken over by Mick Bryan there in that 150.11. And Spencer has taken that third position in that 150.40. 25 metres left to swim. O has got it covered in this, and it's the battle for that second and third position as Spencer is making his move in lane 6 to try and take out Mick Bryan from 3. O coming down under the flags now. And the battle for that second position has been taken by Mick Bryan, but O to the wall first in that 224.96. Mick Bryan 228.36, and Spencer third to the wall in that 229.42. Fantastic swim from O there to take out heat number 2, that 224.96, sitting him nicely into that final tonight. Really had to do it himself, really had to drive through on his own timing, whereas Richards and Anderson had a beautiful battle, so they were able to pace off each other. O sort of out there by himself. Mick Bryan in that second position. As we have a look now, this is heat number 3. We have 9 heats.
Take your marks.
So as said, the last of the seeded heats hit the water now. You can see Julian Ko of Singapore on your screen. But the best of the starts coming from Sonny Kito, the 13-year-old, the fastest ranked 13-year-old into this event. He also took the 400 IM title on night 2. Leading the way now, though, is Jacob Deere of Knox Pimble, the 14-year-old, racing from lane 3. Julian Ko, we expect to take this one comfortably through the 200-metre mark, and he's taken the lead at the 50 after just being behind on the start. He's entered through 223.98 as his personal best. So he's right there with the best of the Australians, of course, and he will look to do some disrupting this evening should he make it through. It does look fantastic leading this race, a very traditional breaststroke. Singapore have a great history of producing young breaststrokers, and Ko looking to extenuate those circumstances as he comes down now the halfway mark. He's built out the lead. The visitors have to be careful through these heats. Only 2 can make it through to the final. So Ko not leaving any stone unturned as he turned through there. 108.83 to lead the field by almost 3 seconds.
So from this heat 3, including this one, we only have 8 13-year-olds so far. So we know there are still spots in that 13-year-old final in later heats where we'll start to see those 13-year-olds pop through. As we come down to that 150 turn, Ko in front here in that 146.82. Kito in that second position, 152.67. And Jacob Deere third to the 150 mark in that 151.53. 25 metres left to swim. Ko doing a great job of really powering through, but Sonny Kito, fantastic job from our 13-year-old to really take it to our visitor here in this heat number 3. He's coming under the flags now. He will touch the wall first, Ko, our visitor from Singapore. And the time is 2:25.46. Sonny Kito second to the wall in that 2:28.09. And Jacob Deere 2:30.76. So a fantastic job from all our boys there in that heat number 3. Some really fast times, especially from our leader there, Ko, in that 2:25.46. As So we just wait for those results to become official. So Hugo Wheeler of lane 8 didn't swim. So that means there's only 7 13-year-olds so far. So 3 spots up for grabs for the 13-year-olds. And Sonny Quito, the fastest of those 13-year-olds in that 2:28.09. As we head now, this is heat number 4.
Love the way that Quito goes about it. Absolutely. Throws his body on the line. The opportunity, though, sits with these athletes to return fire as heat 4, as was called on the blocks, hits the water. You're sitting now with Wilson in 4 as he powers through this opening 25 metres really strong at the start of the race. But the lead looks to be with Yet out in lane 3 and Yo of 6 now starting to come over the top for Nunawading. Funny how certain clubs really own the reputation of being good at certain events. Nunawading has always owned that for breaststroke. 33.81 on the turn is Yo leading us through. Sitting second is Green out in lane 9. Only have the top 3 yet off that fast start for Riverton. It's, of course, the first of the unseeded heats, but as you pointed out, only 7 13-year-olds having swum thus far. We've got a number of them racing here. In fact, there's 5 of them in this heat alone.
Yeah, those 13-year-olds in this heat really battling it out for a lane in the final tonight. As our swimmers are doing a great job coming into that 100-metre turn. It is Yo taking them through in that 1:13.26, that 1:16.42, and that 1:16.44. So quite the battle, 2nd, 3rd, 4th position there in that first 100-metre mark. Even Green out there in lane number 9. So not much in that 100 metres mark for those boys as we battle through. Yo doing a great job of extenuating his lead here at the 150-metre mark. But quite the battle for those boys there in that race for that 2nd, 3rd position. They're really fighting it out. Yo turning through at that 150 mark in that 1:54.10. Chang second to the wall in the turn, 1:57.05. And still battling it out, those boys, for that 3rd position as we come down to 25 metres left to swim. They're certainly powering to the wall here. They've really upped their stroke rate in this 200 breaststroke. It starts out being really long and glidey and becomes quite short towards the end to try and get that hand on the wall first. Chang in 5, really battling it out for the lead, and it will come down to the hands on the wall here. And it is Chang that takes it out from Yo in that 2:35.59. Yo wasn't able to hold on to that lead, and that touches the wall in that 2nd position in that 2:35.76. And yet with that 3rd hand onto the wall, that 2:37.49. So quite a battle for those boys, especially 5 and 6. It came down to the hands on the wall.
Really was a perfect breaststroke there from Cheng out in the 36, 40, 39, 38. That's exactly what you want to see in the 200 breaststroke. I think if we throw our minds back to the way that Zach Stubbley-Cook raced the 200 breast, he does try to descend each 50, and each 50 as well, we see an increase in that total stroke count, which is exactly as you called it, Em. Cheng storming home in that final 50. Stroke rate, almost the technique somewhat goes out the door. It looks that way, but it certainly isn't. They just rate up a lot higher, which is not sustainable for the full 200. As we have the confirmed results here, you can see a good result for all athletes. I believe we may have had one athlete disqualified, unfortunately.
Yeah, disqualification there. Breaststroke is very technical. So we've had one athlete disqualified, and we move on now to heat number 5, 9 heats, the 200 breaststroke, 13 to 14-year-olds.
Take your marks.
So we hit the water with heat 5 of 9 and make our way almost to the halfway point of this 200 breaststroke. well and truly alive at the 2026 Australian Age Championships here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. What a show it has put on. We really appreciate the support of experienced Gold Coast for assisting us with their support throughout the Australian Open and the Australian Age Championships of 2026 as well. Thanks for joining us on Nine's Wide World of Sport for the exclusive coverage of these championships. I'm sure that our swimmer in lane 9, Rufijin of Rackley, would have support all around Australia for him, supporting him through this opening 50 to a lead 34.94 on the wall. It's over a second to second. That is Dawson, who also trains at Rackley, the 13-year-old. At this point, though, he had absolutely no idea where the rest of the field is. With no idea that the challenge is actually coming out of lane 2 through Jack Grace as they come now into your screen. Again, not leaving anything behind as he turns through there. 1:15.72, a 40-second second 50, so a good descent. He looks comfortable, he looks strong, it looks sustainable, I even say. So maybe a lane 9 win. We'll see what the challengers have to say.
They turn through in that 1:15.72, that 1:16.96, and a 1:17.87 as they come down to that last 50 metres, trying to hold that stroke together. There's a lot of Rackleys out there in this one, so there's 4 Rackley swimmers, so they would all swim against each other and train together, so they all know how each other can swim this 200 breaststroke. So doing a great job for Jen from lane number 9, holding on at that 150-metre turn, and it doesn't look like anyone will be able to catch him. The only person I can see out there is lane number 2, Grace, doing a great job as they come down to the final 15 metres left to swim. It's about holding that rate together, really strong and powerful with those legs as it comes quite a battle to the finish. But our swimmer in lane number 9 gets it in that 2:36.89 in front of Grace there in that 2:37.69. And Tucker, our swimmer from lane number 4, in that 2:39.81. A great result from our swimmer in lane number 9 to take out that heat number 5.
Gives us a bit of a salute as well on the way through. Clearly happy with that result, and he deserves to be. He committed to it early, as you called, and through with a 40.04 on that third 50, the difference maker for the rest of the field. So a perfectly placed 200 breaststroke from Rackley and Fufujin in lane 9, but we turn our attention, heat 6 of 9, ready to take to the water. And they make their attempt now. The only 14-year-old in this field, Erika Paki of Rockingham. He's swimming out of lane 3. He's up against it with a host of 13-year-olds, hoping to put their best foot forward for the final. On your screen there is Tully Fuss, just really coming up high in his stroke. We saw that as a big movement through the Brenton Rickard, Christian Sprenger era, throwing those arms forward. Less likely to see that now, but it's working for Fuss. Just off the pace, turning through 5th. Parky as the sole 14-year-old athlete. Out on your screen now, you can see a very different, much smoother stroke. He does try and drive himself forward. Would love to see those hips pop up a little bit, but at this point in the race, don't think he needs my advice. He's enjoying being out there on centre stage here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. We'll see how that challenge goes as Theo Porter comes up along his fellow West Australian to try and make things interesting as they come down to the halfway mark.
And they turn through in that 1:14.25. Porter second to the wall at that turn, that 1:15.01. And that 1:16.47 for Van Glissen there in lane number 1. Paki doing a great job in 3 of holding on to this breaststroke lead that he has produced here from that first 100 metres. He's quite low in the water. He doesn't come up super high, so that is his technique of the breaststroke. Very strong next to him is Porter in lane 2, giving him the battle here as they come down to that 150-metre mark. Fuss in 4, starting to make his move also as Packy turns through first at the 150-metre mark in that 156.64. Porter in that 156.82, and Fuss there in that 157.57. The battle is here in the final 25 metres of this. Fuss coming home super strong in this breaststroke leg. Rackley doing a great job of powering through here as Packy is trying to hold on in 3, and Porter is trying to battle it out for that first position. Van Gleeson in 1, also making a move here, and Wang in 6. The battle comes. Who can get their hand on the wall first? It might be Wang, and he does in that 2:38.10 in front of Porter, that 2:38.48, and Fuss third to the wall in that 2:38.50. A fantastic last 25 metres from Wang there.
He dropped 3 seconds from that third 50 to the final 50. I do wonder when we see these big drops in the final 50 how the conversation with the coach will go. Ultimately, great to see Wang storming through, and I'm sure he'll be looking to be placed highly, potentially even into the finals, if not looking to make finals in years to come, or using the momentum of that swim through forward. So official results on the screen for Heat 6. You can see it is as it was on the finish. Porter for Westside Christchurch across in second position. We will move forward though. Heat 7 behind the blocks and ready to race in this blaring sun. 12:41 here, Gold Coast time. So they are enjoying everything that this sun has to offer.
Stand down, please, swimmers.
So quick delay as our officials get set. Everyone looking at the DJ. Hate to be that guy. Sure, we'll learn from our mistakes.
Take your marks.
So Heat 7 hits the water and is ready to race. Here, this of course is still the boys 13-14 years 200-meter breaststroke, sitting once again in the middle of the pool. This time Makira burning down this opening lap for Knox Pimble. Really good breaststroke for Makira. Very technically sound. I think the efficiency will help him as the race transpires. You can see a different stroke coming from our leader, who will be out of lane 3. That's Bigelar. He turns through first, 35.12. See a lot more effort going into that stroke, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You just have to train a lot harder to maintain it for 200. Alternatively, sitting in third on that turn, Darren Q for Breakers. He looks fantastic coming off that wall. So we're starting to move into the realm where the challenges will come from across the pool. It makes it incredibly difficult to call that through in the breaststroke. Chase Summers at the top of the screen there for Sunshine Coast Grammar in the mix as well. As we come down to the halfway mark, the race still sits with Bigelar making the most of the top of the water. His skills, certainly not the best in the field, but he's making it count when it matters on top. Skills are exceptionally important, especially as you move up the levels. But at this level, if you can nail your top water speed, it'll usually work out well for you, and that's exactly the way it's working out for James Bigelar as he comes down on this third lap.
Looking very strong into that 150-metre mark. Bigelar doing a great job in 3. Looking strong is Summers in lane 0. So the battle is now on. Summers ever so slightly in front of the field at the 150-metre mark. He turns through in that 158.07. Bigelar in that 158.56. So the battle now in this last 50, and let's see who can really power through on that last 25 metres to take out this swim. A swimmer from lane number 0. Summers doing a great job as he powers down to that finish. He has taken over the lead. He is in front of the field here. Those boys can't see him that far out in lane number 0, so he's doing a great job. He's come under the flags now. He will get his hand on the wall first. His time in the program, that 2:49 and a 2:37.77. Makira there in that 2:39.76. And Grave third to the wall in that 2:44.1. Great job from Chase Summers out of lane number 0. Sunshine Coast Grammar swimmer getting his hand on the wall in that 2:37.77 to take out heat number 7. Fantastic job from our 13-year-old. As those results are official on your screen now, Chase Summers, your winner of heat number 7. As we move along now for heat number 8.
Take your marks.
So heat 8 hits the water as we move through the field. One heat still to come at the conclusion of this. Once again, we're sitting in the middle of the pool, this time with Brian of PLC Sydney. He's working his way through this opening 50. You can see the different technique starting to come to the forefront here in heat 8. The 200 breaststroke. A lot of these athletes would race both the 100 and the 50, preferring one or the other as well. 35.8, the opening 50, goes the way of Frawley for Surrey Park. Second sits with Dennison out of lane 9. Egley rounding out the top 3 for Nepean. And as we look through the field, good to have representation from a number of states here. It's very Victorian heavy, which is good to see for the young 13-year-olds pushing through. Pushing through is one of those Victorians in Owen Frawley from Surrey Park. Looks fantastic leading this race. A lot of up and down movement though. Love to see that head rise taking more horizontally as opposed to vertically. But doing a fantastic job through the first 100. 116.66 on the turn. Still managing to do those split strokes, which is good to see. You can get a zoomed in shot of his face there. You can see just the effort that's coming in this third 50, really gritting through a lot of the pain. 200 breaststroke, underrated as one of the hardest events, especially if you get it wrong. But it looks like he's getting everything right, is Frawley from Surrey Park. He's entered through 2:49.20. You can see the field starting to close in on him. You can see the athletes that have really prioritised that distance per stroke, none more so than Melbourne Vic Centre's Thomas Johnson, who should be right around the lead, just behind with 50 metres to come. Holds the glide there, does Frawley. Now moving through is Johnson of Melbourne Vic Centre. Rounding out the top 3 from Victoria is Melbourne's own Garland out of lane 3. So they're down the final 25 metres now, and you can see again, a perfect depiction of 3 very different breaststroke techniques. Johnson now leaning on that stroke rate to get to the lead. He secured it, and he'll secure the win here in heat 8 as he has 10 metres to swim. It's been a perfectly positioned race, and he'll walk away with a personal best time. Stopping the clock there, 2:41.98. That's Thomas Johnson of Melbourne Vic Centre, dropping 8 seconds off his entry time. Frawley holds on for second, and the Victorian top trio goes the way of Melbourne's Henry Garland out of lane 3. You can see Johnson there just claiming the race as he deserves to. We get the confirmed results on the screen. All 10 athletes through cleanly, and then 1 heat to come. So 8 lanes filled here. Oh, minus lane 2, sorry.
Take your marks.
So they hit the water. 7 athletes to round out what has been a fantastic event. 68. This is heat 9 of 9. Once again, we sit in the middle of the pool, and you'll notice once again we see a different technique. This time it is Genesis, represented by Liam Tilby. He's up near the front as they come down to complete the first 50. the challenge with Lou and Lee out of 7 and 8. And coming through lane 5 as well, it's Darcy Clare.
Looking strong in that first 50 there as they come down to the turn. Lee out of lane 8 in front of Claire, and Lou in lane 7 as they turn through in that 36.78 for Lee. Claire in that 36.95 and Lou in that 37.33 as they come down. They got 25 metres left of this first 100, and then it's holding this race together in that second 100 metres. They're really battling it out, these boys, in this final heat. They're all sitting at that 250 to 251 range, so not much in it with their personal best times. So we're seeing a great battle here as they come down to the 100-metre turn. It will be Claire out in front on that 100, turning through in the 1:19.46 in front of Lou in that 1:19.91 and Lee in that 1:20.28.
See the nuance of the 200 breaststroke at play here, Em. Once again, sitting in the middle of the pool as we watch our athletes get to work down this third 50. I think Matt was saying yesterday that second 50, the key to success at about a 90% strike rate. I think the same is at play in the 200 breaststroke for the third 50. It's exactly what we've seen come to fruition in this third lap for Claire. The fastest through, 43.55 on that third lap, and that lead seems untenable as they come down for the final 50. Oh, just as I say that, commentator's curse. Here comes Lee out of lane 8.
Strong down to this finish here with the final 25 metres left to swim. Clark holding strong in 5. The battle with Lee in 6, Lou in 7. Really fighting these boys out here as they come down under the flags. Claire is leading them through. He will take this touch. He will take this first place in that 2:45.88. Anderson second onto the wall in that 2:48.59. And Lee there in that 2:49.01. Fantastic job from Darcy Clark. He's very happy with that result too. That 2:45.88. Your winning time from heat number 9. As you have a look at those results on your screen, the summary to come up in just a second. We'll see those top 10 times. So Richards and Anderson had a great battle for those top 2 spots this morning. And Jacob Deere in that 10th position, but there will be 2 finals, the 13-year-olds final and the 14-year-olds final. So a fantastic morning of racing. We've switched into the afternoon as we still have so many races to come. That 100 butterfly, that 200 butterfly, and those distance events to finish us out. As we just head for a little break here on 9 Now, we will be back soon with some more swimming action here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre.
Welcome back to Nine's live coverage of the Australian Age Swimming Championships here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. You can see how nice the weather here is at the Gold Coast. as the swimmers get ready for the next event up. It's event 69 of the girls 13 to 14 years at 100 metres butterfly. We've got 14 heats, obviously starting with heat 1. Notable admission, our fastest qualifier there missing in action. The door is left open for someone to take that top spot as they dive in and start their underwater butterfly kicks to come up. And a nice start there from lane 6, looking strong, with Sophia Neo in lane 5 and Lily Murakami in lane 6. Both of those girls pushing hard in this early stage of the race. It will be Murakami in lane 6. It will bring them down to the halfway mark. She touches under 30 seconds at 29.97. And then Mia Harris at 30.35. And Hanafi in a 30.7. So 14 heats in total, top 10 from the 13s into the A final, next 10 into the B final, and same for the 14s.
Coming down to that wall now, looking very strong, is our swimmer from lane number 6. As she touches that wall, she will touch it in that 1:04.39. Murakami there taking out that first heat. Second position was Nixon in that 1:05.29, and Harris third to the wall in that 1:05.46. So a great first 100 butterfly for this event. That heat number 1, Murakami there taking them out in that 1:04.39.
Only a couple of our 13-year-olds in this. This is a mix of the 13s and 14s. And as we go through, there'll be more and more of the 13-year-olds in there. The Australian record for the 13s, under the minute mark, Yolan Kukla, 59.97. And the 14-year-old, still Yolan Kukla, 58.22. So none of these girls with entry times under the minute, obviously, with those records only just under. But the opportunity is there, and we've seen plenty of these age records going at these championships. I've literally lost count. I'm going to have to do that in the break today.
Well, we're on 2 record watches tonight, that's for sure.
Speaking of 2, the second heat is in the water. Roxanne Alberton in lane 4. Off with a good start. She's battling it out with Lily Bevern next to her. So the middle lane's our fastest swimmers. And that is where our fast first 50 is coming from. So Roxanne Alberton, swimmer out of Miami, is coming down. She's going to be awkwardly positioned on the turn, though. She still touches first to 29.52. 29.63 for Bevern in second, and Charlton in third. Only about a tenth of a second behind. So not a lot between them at this stage halfway through the race. And not much has changed. No one has really made a big lead, although Millie Charlton in lane 3 really wants this second 50 to be hers. We know how important it is to back end any race, but especially a butterfly, and that's what she's done. What a great second 50. She turned third but at the halfway, but touches first at the full mark in a 1:03.26. Alberton stays second with a 1:04.61, and Lucy Mackey gets that third touch onto the wall in 1:04.62.
So fastest time so far came out of that heat number 2. Charlton there with that 1:03.26. Heat 2 results on your screen now as we move along for heat number 3. We have 14 heats of the 100 butterfly. Lots of ladies in the 13 to 14-year-olds wanting to swim that 100 butterfly.
Roughly, you could think of it as 7 heats of each.
Take your marks.
We mix them up to get the best racing. As the third heat dive in, third and final seeded heat. So our top 30 swimmers are divided up amongst the 30 spots in the first 3 heats. And we know how important the start is. A great start there in lane 3. So Jasper Barnett really pushing out in this first 50. This is what we like to see. That is a strong swim out in front. She touches first a 28.34. So about a second quicker than most of the others in the first 50. This is a gutsy swim. She is really pushing hard, breathing every two, trying to get that oxygen into her body. In fact, two breaths and then one as she comes down. They're starting to catch her now. She's starting to tighten up. It's been a gutsy swim so far. I'm not sure if she can hold on, though. So Jasper Barnett just starting to tire now, and they're coming through. So lane 5, Sophie Innes gets through to the wall first, a 104.01. Second to the wall was O'Connell with a 104.33. Nader in the outside lane, lane 0, 104.5. And our early leader faded back to 6, which is a real shame because that was a very, very gutsy swim going out.
Those results are official. Innes taking out heat number 3. Heat number 4 on the blocks right now.
Take your marks.
Quick start here in heat 4. And nice start there from Delaney in lane 5. Also looking good out in lane 7. Rachel Zhang. Sierra Kaufman, actually, my apologies. Sierra Kaufman in lane 7. She's looking strong. Also lane 2, Li Ying Wong. They come down to the wall. It's Zhang in first. Second through the wall was Lim out in lane 9. So another outside smoker. We love them. Kaufman in for third. Fourth through was Li Ying Wong, separating herself from those around her. And now with about 20 metres to swim, it's just a matter of trying to hold it together. It was a gutsy swim in the previous heat. Jasper Barnett, who faded away. And no one seems to be fading in this race. They're all just trying to get to that wall. And it will be Sophia Shine, our fastest qualifier. She paced herself out nicely at the halfway mark and was able to come home as strong or stronger than anyone to touch first, a 105.17. And then Kaufman, a 105.63, half a second back, and then another half a second or thereabouts back to Huang. So
we're just waiting on one of those times to come through. So lane 9, the time didn't come up. I was waiting for you to make a shine pun there, because you did last time she swam and won the heat.
Well, it worked last time. Maybe it's not me. Maybe it's just her that's doing it.
Well, I'd say it's her because she's the one in the water.
She shot through. Does that help? She shot through for a nice win.
So just wait on those results to become official. All those times now up.
A 106.76 for Lim in lane 9. She ended up in 6th place.
Kaufman there with a DQ too.
Yeah, that's not Sienna Kaufman. That is actually Lick Lim. That is our swimmer in lane 9, one we were waiting for the confirmation for. We seem to have had it, so hopefully that'll get ratified and we can move on to heat number 5.
Well, those results should be coming up on your screen now. They are official. Shine taking out heat number 4 in that 105.17 as we move along to heat number 5 now.
Take your marks.
After that little delay, heat 5 finally get their go. And Amelia Lowe with a great underwater and breakout seems to have had the best of the first 25. Also looking good out in lane 8, Maya Hill. She's had an absolute dynamite start, and Dottie Leoncona. But with a time of 29.18, Amaya Hill is easily the first to the wall. Matilda Ackman in second. And then Fujikawa in lane 6 is third through. But it will be Hill with that early lead. See if she can hold on. We've seen this tactic before of going out hard, and it's not quite being able to do it. I think it's going to work this time. In fact, it is going to work an absolute treat. It's going to be a big battle for second, but first is on the wall with a full stroke in a 103.58. Second to the wall, Shen, a good 3 seconds later. And third through Fujikawa. But it was Amaya Hill who really took it out hard and was able to hold on. A very strong swim. She comes into the program with a time, I'm trying to find her, in heat 5. Comes in with a time of 107.68. So she's taken 4 seconds off that time. Fantastic swim. And now we move through into heat 6.
Take your marks. Stand down, swimmers.
Starter not liking the steadiness.
Take your marks.
So now finally away in heat 6. Nice start there in lane 2 from Rachel Young. She got out of the blocks very quickly. Nice reaction, but great underwater. Now starting to come through Hayley Cam and Alice Souza. So Souza probably with the better position at this point. And Hayley Cam right on her shoulders. Summer Sheehan in the outside lane. She touches second. So it's Souza from Sheehan and then Cam. Fourth through is Neo and then Pettigrew. So now on their return trip, they've got to keep that stroke long, keep that stroke strong, and suck in the oxygen because the legs are really burning now. The lungs have been burning for a while. Coming through hard now is Rachel Young in 2. But Katrina Navakis out in lane 0. Can she snag a win from an outside lane? She stretches onto the wall first with a 107.75. Rachel Young in second, 107.93. And then Pettigrew gets third position with a 108.04. A very happy Katrina there, doing a strong 107 swim. She came in with a 108. Has taken quarter of a second off and is quite chuffed with that. It's funny how many laps you've got to swim and how much you've got to push it for a quarter of a second improvement, especially in 100 fly. So well done. As we wait for confirmation of those swims and our 7th heat to get ready to go. A little delay there as we confirm all of the times. The crowd thankfully enjoying a bit of shade here in the very warm sun at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. So now heat 8. Their turn to take on the 2 laps of butterfly. My apologies, heat 7. Getting ahead of myself. There's 14 heats. So we'll do a quick little dance before we start racing. We go from the 100 butterfly after these 14 heats to the 200 butterfly. We've got the 15 and 16 years boys 200 metres butterfly coming up after this race. And then a 15 16 years girls 1500 to finish out the morning. So we're getting towards the back end of this day 5 heats here at the age Australian Championships.
And it feels like a long morning and afternoon for us, but some of these athletes are just stepping up for the very first time. So for them, it is the start of the program.
And if it is the start of your program, it's I'm sure it's been a bit of a frustrating wait to get here to day 5. But we're underway. Great start here from Kathleen Lowe in lane 6. She's really making the most of this heat. She seems to be taking it away at the early stages. Alex Henniker wants to get in a bit of the action as well. So does Chowdhury in lane 9. In fact, it's a tie to the halfway mark. Henniker and Lowe cannot split them on the touchpad. Third through was Mello at the top of the screen. And as they come down to 25 metres to go, that early pace has given advantage to Henniker and Lowe, but the pacing of Mello was bang on. She swam out at a 30.9, just a little bit outside of those leaders, but has come home like a train with 1 stroke to go onto the wall. She touches a 105.43. That's a very quick time there from Mello. Take about 3 seconds off her best entry time. She checks the time and she'll be very happy to see a 105.43 up on the board. Second through was Lowe and Henniker in for third. So results now on the board. You can see that very quick time. That whole field came in with a time between 108.0 and 108.2. Only 0.2 of a second separated the entire field. So anyone under 108, that was a great personal best time.
That second 50 from Mello.
Take your marks.
Fastest out there. Heat number 8 in the water. 100 metres butterfly for our 13 and 14-year-old ladies. They're doing a great job here this morning, or here this afternoon at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. Really powering through in this butterfly right now. 100 metres, very much the sprint in that butterfly, holding together strong in that race. Clifton out of 0 doing a great job, but our swimmer Tabone from lane 5 really powering into that first turn. As she comes through, she will turn through in that 30.92 in front of Cole right next to her in that lane 4 in that 31.28. Dixon from lane 8 in that 31.34 as they power down to 25 metres left to swim. About holding this race together here in the final parts of the 100 metres butterfly. Strong battle here. Gerwin out in lane 9 looking very strong. Out in lane 8, Dixon, lane 8 really powering through as she comes down under the flags. She touches the wall first in that 106.16. So Dixon from lane 8, Tabone in 5 to take the second touch on the wall, that 107.66. And Hancock from lane number 1 in that 107.91. So Dixon leads them through in that heat number 8, that 106.16. A great time for our winner there as we move along to heat number 9, hopping on the blocks right now.
Take your marks.
Nice even start here in heat 9. Very nice start there from lane 6 from Selena Culia. Also looking good, Mackenzie Fraser up in lane 1. She is really starting to push ahead. But it looks like Charlotte Brown now in the coming up to the wall will be the first to touch. She does so at a 30.62. Second through Fraser, and then Van der Westhuizen coming in third. So tight battle in the middle of the pool. I always like it when the Warringah team are racing. I love the bright pink caps to stand out. But Charlotte Brown is standing out so far in this race. Van der Westhuizen touched third, but she's coming home very strong. I don't think she's going to get over the top of Brown. She might go in for second, though. It's going to be between herself and Guttel. As they come down, it's Brown first to the wall, a 107.01. Van der West Houston in for a 107.45, and then Gusel in for a 108.04. A nice little celebratory emoji almost face for the crowd. And some more great times there again, that heat.
What emoji was that?
Oh, I don't know. It looked like a little smiley face with the tongue out, and I was trying to work out what it was.
I'm not sure. Are you even using emojis?
I just made the word up. I've never heard it before in my life.
Heat number 10 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Quick reaction there from our swimmer in lane 5. Our swimmer Yoonji Ma from PLC Sydney, 13 years old. Also looking good there is Priscilla Miller in lane 7.
Firing down in this 100 metres butterfly, we've seen some very strong times already. So we'll see what these ladies can produce in heat number 10, all sitting at that 108 mid to high range, that 109.0, as they turn through their Miller from lane number 7 in that 31.50 in front of our swimmers out there in lane 9 and lane 5. Very tight on the wall there. It was a dead heat with Hack in 4 as they come down to the final 15 metres left to swim. Can someone get their hand on the wall before anyone else? Looking strong out there is 0. Watterson doing a great job, but looking strong in the middle of the pool. Hack. It is Watterson that gets her hand on the wall first in that 107.39. Hack there, that 107.42. And Miller third to the wall in that 107.58. Not much in it with those first two competitors. Very tight on the wall, but it did come down to lane number 0. Watterson to take it out from Rackley there in that 107.39. Winning that heat number 10. As those results are official on your screen, we move now to heat number 11. We have 14 heats of this. A couple of those swimmers missing in the middle of the pool.
Take your marks.
Heat 11 in the water, and our sole 14-year-old is in the middle of the pool, Delafontaine. And all the rest of the field are 13-year-olds and will be for the remainder of these heats. So coming down now, not a lot separating this heat on paper, about a second in total. Swimming roughly around the 109s to 110s. As they come down to touch, it'll be Eileen Lee that touches first to 31.34. And then Kesh Delafontaine, our 14-year-old from Cairns. 4 through was Bond and then Proado. But coming through now is Alice Bond. So she's having a really good second 50. Kesh and Lee are really pushing it. And in fact, it's Pippa Kesh who's probably got the best of that last 25. As she comes down, she makes it at a 107.23. Those last few strokes took a lot out of her. But gets to the wall first with a very gutsy swim. So Lee in for second. Only about half a second behind, though, and just touching out Alice Bond out in 3. Very happy Pippa. And we only have 3 more heats this morning of this 100 metres butterfly for our 13 and 14-year-olds. Second place there, Eileen J.L.A. One of the times, we're just waiting on these times to come up.
So sometimes those touch pads just don't recognise the touch because they haven't touched hard enough. As we're just waiting on those results to become official. They should be popping up on your screen right now. So Lee with the fastest time there in that 1:07.76. There was a DQ there, so we move along now to heat number 12 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
And the girls are off here in heat number 12. Great underwater from Wagner in lane 6, really powering through to that 15-metre mark, utilising all the metres she can use there as we power into that first 50 mark. Looking strong. Squires in lane 0. But it could come down to anywhere. The middle of the field looking very tight as they come to that 50-metre turn. Our swimmer from lane 8 taking them through in that 31.36. In front of Nedden in 3 in that 31.95. And Kang in that 32.08. Really fighting down to the wall here with 25 metres left to swim. The butterfly, one of the hardest events out here. Very taxing on the upper and the lower body, as these girls are really battling down. 15 metres left to swim. The lead ever so slightly being taken over here by our swimmer in lane number 6. Wagner doing a great job of powering to the wall, and she will touch the wall first in that 1:08 to 1:12. So Lila Wagner taking out heat number 12. Emma Nedden in that second touch on the wall at 1:08.52. Some great times there. Very happy with that result, as those results are official now on the screen. Lila Wagner taking out that heat 12, that 1:08.12. As we move along now, 2 heats to go. Heat 13 on the blocks now.
Take your marks.
Quick start there from Nellie Pocock and Natalie Chu out in 2 and 3. They had great reactions off the block. But with probably the best swim at this stage, it's Huey from MLC Aquatic. She seems to be taking them out very strong. Also looking strong as Sophie Rouse down in lane 9, and it will be Rouse who touches just first ahead of Huey, and then Sullivan in for 3rd place in the middle of the pool. So the outside lanes really taking the advantage and making the most of the opportunity here at the pool. I feel sometimes the pool might be bowed because the outside lanes seem to be pushing so much harder, not letting their lane draw dictate their time or place. And look at that, the 2 leaders in lanes 9 and 0. So as they come down to the wall, it's Sophie Rouse. It's going to be close. In fact, it's at the top. It's Hayward who gets there first. A 1:09.14 for Hayward. Second through was Tiffany Peng. She just touched out. 3rd in Zoe Bampton, and Sophie Rouse holds on for 4th. But great swim there from Anzu Hayward. As the results swiftly displayed. And your winning time, 1:09.14. Only 1 heat to go here on the girls 13 to 14 years, 100 metres butterfly. That is heat 14, with only 4 swimmers left to take part.
Take your marks.
So in the water for the final heat. And after a very eventful 14 heats, or 13 heats at least, we're now down to our final charge at this 100 metres butterfly. We've seen some of the swimmers take it out hard. We've seen some of the swimmers come over the top in the last 5 or 10 metres. We've had it all. Even had some unfortunate disqualifications. So yet again, this age championship's really showing us a great ride as Dartler turns them through first, and then Loretto, followed by Wellingska and then Henderson. So finally coming down for our last 25, and it's Loretto who's made the biggest move in the second part of this race. Weglinska in lane 3. Looks like she's got second if she can just hold out Henderson. And a very fast finishing Henderson at that. She makes it though. So Loretto touches in first in our final heat at 1:08.89. And then Weglinska, and then Henderson and Dartler. So results from our final heat. And summary of our top 10 swims from the morning. As always, the top 10 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds will go into their respective A finals. The next 10 will go into their respective B finals. And we now move forward to the boys 15 to 16 years, 200 metres butterfly. So we've gone from the double lap butterfly to the quad laps. And we actually, before we get to that though, we've got a swim off for the girls 17 to 18 years, 50 breaststroke. We've spoken about how close the swims are here, and the 50s in particular, and this is for a place in the final tonight.
Take your marks.
So swim off before we get to the next event in this 50 metres breaststroke for 17 and 18-year-old girls. And we have Shimada versus Lou, swimming from Surrey Park. And looks like Shimada at this stage with an ever so small lead. We know nothing could separate them onto the wall. I've seen it before, a dead heat in a swim-off, and it's getting very, very close to that again. Oh, Shimada gets there in a 33.56, Lou in a 33.77. So in the end, only 0.2 of a second to separate them. And great camaraderie and sportsmanship from the girls.
I thought for sure we were getting a double heat again.
I'm not going to lie, there was a little bit of me that wanted it.
Oh, yeah. I would have liked to have seen it too. As we move along to the next event on the program.
Is the rule paper, scissors, rock after that? Or
I reckon after the second time
okay.
it would be paper, scissors, rock. I mean, for a 50...
Just keep going until... Yeah.
Maybe do it on a time frame.
Yes.
And see who's
50's
got
on 2 minutes.
Or...
I think that's called the skins event, as exactly as you said, and we're moving forward now to that 200 butterfly.
So Lenny Gregor back out here. He was on very early into our program this morning. So
one of the Wearing brothers there, Isaac.
It's very tough being in one of those first swims on the program and then being one of the last swims. He would have had about 4 hours between both swims.
Take your marks.
So into our 4 laps of butterfly. And the fast charging Angus Cran there in lane 5. Making the most of a bit of spare space between himself and Isaac Wearing over in lane 3. So the two of them a little bit apart, but they've separated themselves from everyone else. So 26.88 is Cran's first 50 split, followed by Wearing, Sullivan, Jackson. Then heading down to Deschamps and Vidmar for your top 7. And now down to the halfway mark. It seems to be almost business as usual. No one's made a big move at this stage. Angus Cran just maybe extending his lead a tiny bit. He turns into 57.7. Really nice skills. Only about 5 or 6 metres underwater, but understandable in this 200 butterfly. It's a very aerobic event. We were fortunate enough to have one of the best at it, with John O'Sieben joining us in commentary earlier today. And as a 17-year-old, winning Olympic gold in a 1:57 puts it in perspective. He's only a year older than the boys in this pool, breaking a world record and getting Olympic gold medal. Quite extraordinary, as Angus Cran turns at 1:29.35. to lead them through with 1 lap to go.
Cran based out of Nudgee College, so Harrison Turner trains there, so a great butterfly program as he comes down to the final 15 metres left to swim. He's taken over this lead. He has really dominated in this 200 butterfly, so a great swim from him out of lane 5. He will take this win in that 2:02.47, a great morning swim for Angus Cran there to take out that heat number 1. Isaac Wearing second position in that 2:06.20 there. So fantastic from those boys. Ison third to the wall in that 2:08.98. So Angus Cran really leading those boys through in that 2:02.47. Actually a PB on the program by half a second. So a fantastic swim for him. We'll see if any of those boys in tonight's program for this final break that 2-minute barrier. That would be fantastic to see that 2-minute barrier go. As Lincoln Wearing, lane number 4, jumps on the box.
So the second Wearing brother in the water, with Lincoln filling lane 4. Right next to him, Julian Angus in lane 5, both of them starting off very strongly. Also very strong is Max Cunningham out in lane 2. He looks like he's going to take them through at the first 50. He touches in a 26.80. Danny Baxter right next to him, second through, 27.37. And then Julian Angus in third. So Wearing in 4th and Moore in 5th. They've got a little bit of work to do to catch Cunningham. He's extended that lead in this second 50. That lead was only about half a second coming into this lap, and now he's extended that out to surely over a second. And in fact, pretty much bang on a second. So Cunningham to Baxter still, and then Angus. Wearing still in 4th, Moore in 5th. Will we see a big change of movement in this third 50? We know how important the third 50s are in 200s, especially in butterfly. Once your stroke starts fatiguing, it really shortens up. And when it shortens up, it just gets so tiring and just snowballs as we're going through. But doing a great job out there in front is Cunningham. He's still first. He's extended the lead to the best part of a second and a half. So he's gained a half a second on each one of these laps to Danny Baxter next to him. And Lincoln Wearing's moved up into third.
So battling it out in the last 25 metres left to swim, looking very strong out there. Baxter in 3, fighting back, but Cunningham in 2, really strong as we come down onto the flags here. Cunningham taking them through in that 2:02.83 to take out heat number 2. A very fast time this morning, second fastest so far. Baxter in the second position, that 2:04.17. And Lincoln Wearing third to the wall in that 2:04.74. Very tight times in those 200 butterflies. Maxwell Cunningham first to the wall from Brisbane Grammar, that 2:02.83, your second fastest time so far.
Well, he really went out at a cracking pace and held on to it for most of the race. So he's going to be tough to hold back in tonight's final. That's definitely giving him a berth as we move now into heat 3.
Take your marks.
So a few visitors in this draw of the 200 metres butterfly. Lim in lane 3, Chan in lane 4, both visitors, one from Singapore. And Chan representing Trinity Grammar. So taking them out strongly is Timothy Whelm. He's one of the very few 15-year-olds in this mixed 15 to 16 years boys 200 metres butterfly. He takes them out at 26.86. About a third of a second ahead of Chan, 27.13. And Alexander Gillon with a on the dot. Chan really starting to come through in this second 50, and I think he's overtaken Wilm. He has a 58.92. He turns at the halfway mark. All other positions have stayed relatively stable. And now into this big third 50. It's the middle lane. So Gillon touched third at the halfway mark, and for my eyes, he's overtaken Chan next to him. And if you're going to take the lead, this is a great place to do it. It gives you a huge advantage going through. No, Chan just staying in front. So Chan from Gillon, and then back to Lim. So the angle being a little bit deceiving there as Chan holds on strongly for that first position. 6 heats in total. After this, we're halfway through, so only 3 heats to go. And the boys doing a great job, just starting to tighten up a little bit towards the end. One more stroke onto the wall, and he does in a 2:03.92. So very comparable with the first 2 heats. Lim in second, a 2:05.71 and a 2:06.06 for Andre Labara. A strong heat swim there from Adrian Chan, our winner of Heat 3. So results are official. And with 3 more heats to go, doing a quick little count, Em, of how many 15-year-olds we've had. 3, about 8, I count roughly. So 10 spots through to the final. We haven't had 10 swim yet. So still well and truly a chance to make that final for tonight for the 15-year-olds. Similar story for the 16 as always, as they're in the water for Heat 4. So only 2 more events here this morning in day 5 of the Australian Age Championships. Under the beautiful sun here at the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre, we've got the last remaining heats of this 200 metres butterfly before we move into the girls 15 to 16 years 1500 metres freestyle. So 2 very tough events to finish off the heats on day 5 as they touch at the halfway mark. It's Harrison Main who's found himself in lane 9, and as we've said before, not letting that dictate his pace as he takes them out very strong. Second through Joshua Kang, and then Paxton Anderson. Sebastian Metcalf in for 4th. In fact, he tied with Karen Selly at that first turn. Kang now just taking over the lead, and Harrison Main being pushed back to second. So Kang now really making his mark in the race. He really pushed it onto that wall. At the halfway mark, he wanted to make that move a little bit before anyone else had the chance in this third 50. Everyone knows you've got to push the third 50. And if you're brave enough and if you're strong enough and you push at the back half of the second one, you get this sort of an advantage. But can he hold it all the way to the end now? That's the big question. So Joshua Kang at 1:35.87. He's got about 2/3 of a second lead over Harrison Main, who's got his own worries with Owen Lloyd-Jones coming up right next to him. So he touched 4th, Lloyd-Jones, and now he's vying for first place. He's probably up to at least second. To see if he can hold that position, because also we're looking at Karen Selly and Metcalf bringing home strong, but it's Kang who touches first in a 2:09.85. Second to the wall is Karen Selly, and then Metcalf in for 3rd. Lloyd-Jones grabs 4th place. Legal in for 5th, and Harrison Main managed to get in there for 6th place. Results there from heat number 4. 2 heats to go in our boys 15 to 16 years, 200 metres butterfly. This is heat 5 on the blocks.
Take your marks.
Quick start there from Butler Zumanis in lane 3. He was definitely the first to get away and trying to make that lead count. He's out pretty swiftly, but so is Learmont, Deverne and Andrea. Probably Deverne with the best of it at the 50-metre mark. It's going to be between himself and Butler Zumanis in 3. So it is Xavier who touches first at the 50-metre mark. Second through was actually Lewis Sherritt in lane 1, and third was Hamish Deverne. So the boys working pretty well with each other, trying to push themselves on in these minor lane placings. Doing a great job in the second 50 was Hamish Deverne. He touched third at the 50. He's now going to touch first at the 100. Halfway through this 200 butterfly, and he's got about a half a second. In fact, no, he's got a full second lead on Lewis Sherritt out in lane 1. I have a little sneaking suspicion that he's not only going to be able to hold that lead, but he potentially may even extend it. He looks very strong in this third 50. Lewis Sherritt having a bit of a battle there with McCloskey next to him in lane 2. So he's coming through to potentially grab second with 50 metres to go, but it's Hamish Deverne with a 1:38.06 who touches first. Sherritt with McCloskey just 6/100ths of a second behind. And Darcy Andre, who's trying his best to hold on to fourth. Sherritt and McCloskey just starting to push each other and get a little bit more time back on Hamish Deverne, but it's going to be close to the wall. Deverne really starting to shorten up his stroke. It's going to come down to the touch. It's Sherritt onto the wall. Sherritt somehow gets there. He touches about a half a second in front of Deverne for second place, and then McCloskey in for third. Lalande for fourth and Andre for fifth. So great swim there in our penultimate heat of the boys 15 to 16 years 200 metres butterfly. Results from heat 5 on your screen now. And that Australian record for the 14s and 15s, you can see, 15, 16s, 57s, 58s. Very fast times there from Jaden Hadler.
Take your marks.
So just the 3 swimmers in this final heat. And all 3 swimmers are 15-year-olds. Harleman, Alan Yang and Thomas Bridie. So representing Sydney University, Harleman, Carlisle and Alan Yang, and St Peter's Western with Thomas Bridie. And it is Thomas Bridie who takes them through first to 28.81. Very strong lead this early in the race. All of them coming in with times of the 2:19s. With a huge kick from Thomas Bridie, his feet breaking the surface of the water and really thumping down. So a very, very strong butterfly in this first 100, and looks pretty efficient as well. So he turns it a 102.29. He's got a good 4-second lead or thereabouts to Harleman and Alan Yang in lanes 3 and 4. So it's a very dominant swim in this final heat of the 200 metres butterfly. Harleman trying to catch Thomas Bridie. So Bridie made up about 2 seconds in the first 50, another 2 seconds in the second 50. And now as he comes down to finish his third, that gap has gone from about 4 seconds to 3 seconds. He lost about a second in that lap, but he's still got 3 up his sleeve. So as Thomas Bridie comes down, it's been a very strong swim. That big thumping kick coming down to the final 20 metres. He's shortening up a little bit, but he's still looking very good. One more stroke onto the wall, and he touches in a 2:12.29, so a good 7 seconds quicker than his entry time. Another 3 seconds quicker for Alam An from his entry time, and about on the money for Yang. So final swim for the male competitors this morning in the boys 15 to 16 years 200 metres butterfly. Results there for Heat 6 and the summary of the top 10 times from this morning. Angus Cran there with a 2:02.47 is our fastest qualifier for tonight in the 16 years. So now we move forward to the next race and the final race for this morning, the final event. It's the girls 15 to 16 years 1500 freestyle. This is 30 of your best laps freestyle. Tracy Wickham holding the record for both the 15 and 16 years. And that's been held since the late 70s. So it's lasted this long. I don't know if it's going to get touched today.
I don't think so. A 16:14.93 is very fast for a 15-year-old. And even that 16-year-old record, and to have a record still set in 1978, I think this is the oldest record in the program.
Take your marks.
So good to note that we have 3 15-year-olds in tonight's final. So those 15-year-olds this morning battling out for the best time that they can produce here in this technically heat number 2, because tonight is the time final, so that is counted as heat number 1. But we do have 2 heats of this 1500 this morning, so we have a lot of ladies battling it out in those distance events. We spoke yesterday how mentally tough these events here are, especially racing at 1:45 in the afternoon. Purcell, they're doing a great job of leading these ladies through in that first 50 in that 30.64. Green out of lane number 9 in that second position in that 31.22. And Matthews in lane number 6 in that 31.65. As they really start to settle into this race. We've spoken about how to break this up. Do you break this up in the 500s? Do you break it up in those 200s? Rose Purcell turning through at that 100-metre mark in that 1:04.33. Taken out in that second position is Saunders. So we'll see this lead chop and change. Sometimes we see one strong swimmer just being able to hold on and maintain, but we'll see maybe quite those battles for that second, third position throughout the race. So Saunders was second at the 100-metre mark in that 1:06.12. And Green from lane number 9 holding on to that third position in that 1:06.23 as they come to that 150-metre mark. Purcell still holding on to that lead and trying to extend that lead on the rest of the field. So Rose Purcell is 15 years old from Chandler. She wants to really battle out the best time she can this morning to be in contention for a medal tonight. So her best time sits at that 17:40.06. And Mackenzie Wythe in the final tonight in lane number 9, a 15-year-old, is a 17:30.93. So she'd have to drop a big PB here to be in contention for a medal in tonight's final as they turn through at that 200-metre mark. That 2:14.15. Saunders in that second position, 2:15.42. And Cameron from lane 3 now in that third position at 2:16.16. 25 laps to go. We see the lap counter at the 50 start end. And we also have the bell on the last 100. So that's the way these ladies are able to keep track of how far they are, because sometimes you can be thinking about something else and forget to count those laps. So we have those counters going for them. And when they get to that open level, those counters then become little clocks underneath the water. So they don't even have to lift their head at all. So they'll have to lift their head at that turn to see the lap counter. And when they get to that open world-class level, that lap counter will be on the bottom of the pool, so it won't interrupt their stroke at all as they head into that 300-metre mark now. Purcell still holding on to that lead, that 3:23.72. In front of Saunders in that 3:24.81, and Cameron in that third position in that 3:26.39.
Now, Em, I've got a hypothetical question for you. We've got 2 heats this morning of the girls 15 to 16 years, 1,500 metres freestyle. In this heat, the fastest obviously is tonight. We've got 2 this morning. In this heat, we've got 9 swimmers with our fourth, lane 4, Jessica Osborne choosing not to race this morning. We've got 9 swimmers in this race and then 3 in the next. That's 12 in total. Do you think it would lead to better racing if we went 6 and 6 rather than 9 and 3? So just hypothetical. Have a think about that as we come down to the 400-metre mark. And Rose Purcell doing a great job in holding on to this lead, although it looks like Saunders has actually taken over. So by 4/100ths of a second, you could see that momentum swing. So Saunders takes over the lead at the 400-metre mark. Rose Purcell in for second. Cameron still in for third. And then Green back to Michaela Stewart. Mignanelli in for sixth. Wu in for seventh. Matthews and Jones rounding out the 8 and 9. So, Em, I've posed you a question. What do you think, 6 and 6 or 9 and 3?
I think it makes it better for the ladies in that second heat to have more swimmers there. But I think sometimes when it's only 3, I think we see quite a good battle because they don't want to let anyone go. That 3 seems to be pretty tight, whereas when we have a full field, you see so many different positions in that. Well, we got 9 swimmers in here, so those 9 swimmers are really spread out already. So maybe when you just have the 3, you're a bit closer together. You're too scared to let someone get away.
So your answer is, as it is, 9 and 3?
Depends, where am I swimming?
I don't know what the answer is. I kind of like the idea of 6 and 6, but obviously this is the way we do it. That's just a hypothetical. I just thought it was an interesting thing to think. Sometimes we do end up with those singular, sometimes 1 or 2 or 3 swimmers swimming by themselves in the middle, and especially in a race like this, I thought maybe evening it out over those last couple might be a good thing to do. So just something to think about as we go through to the 550-metre mark of this 1,500. So now coming down to the 600, we've passed that third of the way mark at the 500 metres. And Rose Purcell not very happy with Clementine Saunders taking that lead, and she's done something about it. And she's pushed herself back up in front where she feels she belongs and turns in a 6:52.33. So fairly consistently holding 34.7. In fact, she's held about half a dozen 34.7s over the last few hundred metres. And similar story there for Clementine Saunders, just with a couple of 35s thrown in, which is why there's that small gap between them. Third through Cameron, and then Green, Michaela Stewart. These distance events, very tough for the athletes physically, but as we've talked about, the mental strength is a huge part of it as well. just trying to stay on. It's so easy to let your concentration slip, and the times would tumble if that were the case. But showing their mental resilience and keeping those times so super consistent. Another 34.7 time for Rose Purcell, a 34.66 to be exact. And it's a 35.7 for Clementine Saunders. So her consistency in those 34s, Rose Purcell, is what's keeping her up there. Clementine Saunders just starting to push back to 35s and 36s. So it's more a case of Rose Purcell being able to maintain her speed rather than increase it over Saunders. Piper Cameron in for third still, and Lara Green down for fourth. It's such a grueling event, this 1500. And you do have to think about the miles and miles that these swimmers will achieve in training. And technique really comes into it then as well, not just for efficiency, but for injury management, rather.
Rose Purcell doing a great job with this 1500 as she turns through at that 800 metre mark now. That 9:12.08 in front of Saunders there in that second position. That 9:17.36. And Cameron holding on for that third position, that 9:24.43. Akella Stewart in that fourth position, Green in fifth, Wu in sixth, Magnelli in seventh, Matthews in eight, and Jones in position number 9. Now these girls sit in that 17:40 to 17:56. So some big PBs on offer for those distance events, as more laps, more time to knock off the clock. Even if you just do some faster turns every lap, that adds up to a big margin here in the 1500. As you can see now, 11 laps to go at the other end as they make the turn for the 900 metre mark now. Rose Purcell doing a great job. She trains at Chandler Aquatic Centre. So with the likes of Emily Smith, Ava Hogan, Ava Gasky, Olivia Galea. So a great distance program out of Chandler. So they would have beautiful pacing every session. It would be quite the battle with all these distance girls. As we head in for that 950 turn now. Now we'll have a look at the pacing here from Rose Purcell. The last few 50s have been sitting in those 34s. She had 150 at the 850 mark at a 35 low, but the rest of them have been sitting in 34s. So very even with that consistency as we come down to the 1,000 metre mark. So we got 500 metres left to swim. She's really powering out in front, doing a great job. Clementine Saunders there in lane number 2 from Randwick City in that second position. She's probably a little bit more relaxed in her legs than what Purcell is. And Piper Cameron of Norwood from lane number 3 holding on in that third position. Green in that fourth position from lane 9. North Coast Swimming Club. So again, these girls trying to produce some really fast times to put them in contention for a possible medal tonight. Just because they're swimming this morning doesn't mean they're out of those rankings and those chances to win a medal tonight. So there will be medals for the 15-year-olds, a gold, silver and a bronze, and medals for those 16-year-olds.
Well, they're coming down now to the 1,100 metre mark, as you said, Em. Heavily into this final third of the race. They're not the only ones putting lots of effort in. It's so good to see their teammates, coaches, family and friends staying around to support them through this grueling event. The coaches on the side waving their arms frantically trying to pass on any energy they can and give them encouragement to keep going over this last third of the race. We know that there'll be a bell with 100 metres to go. We know that they've got lap counters at the end. We know that they know exactly where they're at, but it's always the question, when do we start to lift for the last section? There's often a bit of a burst of energy at the start. It's sort of a race of three parts. The first 100 or so where they get out and try to get a place in the race, and then about consistently holding a speed to that they can hold for potentially up to a kilometre, and then start building into a fast finish. And we haven't seen the kick come in yet. There's only about 6 laps to go once we hit this turn. So this will be 1,200 metres, 300 metres to go. So with 6 laps to go, the kick hasn't really come in for any of the swimmers. Rose Purcell doing a great job out in front, turning 13.52 at the 1,200 metre mark. 34 high splits have just come down to a 35 low, and expect to see them to pick back up again as she gets closer to the finish and her kick comes in. And a couple of little splashes there as she gets a bit eager for the finish of this race. So Saunders still in for second, then Cameron. Lara Green doing a great job out in lane 9, holding down 4th position. She's having a great battle there with Michaela Stewart. So both of them almost identical times, 2 lanes apart, and finding out 4th and 5th. 6 is about 3 seconds back, and on the other side of the pool, Isabel Wu. 7th through, again, another few seconds back to Annalise Matthews, who's just in front of Mignanelli. And our final place is Maya Jones in lane 1. She's only a couple of seconds off 8th. So all of the athletes close to the people around them, except for Rose Purcell. She is a very good margin. She turned at that 1,300 metre mark in a 15.03, and Saunders in a 15.23, a good 20 seconds behind. So that lead has been mainly down to the consistency of Purcell. She's still turning in 35s, and most of the other field turning in 36s. Each time they turn around, those times just add up more and more.
They're coming down to the final parts of this race here in this 1,500. Rose Purcell doing a great job of leading them through, as we can see our officials step up there to ring that bell. That signifies 100 metres left to swim for Rose Purcell. Hearing that bell right now, she's sitting at that 16.14.00. Let's see what she can do for this last 100 metres. She's really brought in her legs. She's fastened up that stroke rate. As our swimmers in the 2nd and 3rd position come to the wall now, they'll hear that bell. So Saunders in 2, Cameron in 3, really fighting it out. Michaela Stewart taking over that 4th position in front of Green, as it really comes down to almost a sprint on that last 100 metres. Rose Purcell, 50 metres left to swim. She's got over, 35 metres?
It was 20 seconds gap just before, and it's grown a tiny bit more on that. That kick, you talk a lot about that kick, MC Bomb, as they're coming through, and the kick's been pretty consistent on Purcell as she comes down with 15 metres to swim. She would have been so happy to hear that bell with 100 metres to go. She's done an incredibly good job. She comes down to touch in a 17.22. So fantastic swim there in our first of 2 heats this morning. An entry time of 17.40, and she swum almost 20 seconds faster. In a 30-lap race, that's pretty impressive, almost a second per lap. So Fantastic work there from our winner. Second through was Saunders. A good 25 seconds in arrears of Rose Purcell. Cameron Piper in for third. And then fourth was Michaela Stewart. Lara Green in for fifth. 6 was Wu. 7 Matthews. 8 Jones. And Mignonelli finishes out the 9.
So Rose Purcell there stamping her time, that 17:22.54 for that final swim as a 15-year-old tonight to possibly be able to get a medal. As we move now, we have one more heat of the 1500, 3 swimmers.
Take your marks.
A great battle on our hands.
So all 3 swimmers this morning in this final swim.
So Carol,
16 years old, yeah.
Carol in 3, Goodwin in 4, and Garva in 5. So what would you do if you could choose between 6 swimmers or 3?
I'm saying 6 and 6.
Just saying 6
I'm
and 6?
saying 6 and 6.
If you were swimming...
I'm sure there is a reason why we can't do it. I'm sure there's an official reason that we need to fill the heats appropriately. It's like filling the bus from the rear. There's a certain way it's been done. So I'm sure there's a reason why we do it as 9 and 3.
I feel like I've seen at one point some swimmers start down the start end and some swimmers start down the 50 end.
You're making that up. They would hit in the middle.
Wouldn't that be nice, though? It would be like chasing.
I don't know what to say to that. As they come down to the 100-metre mark. It's almost a dead heat. It's 3 100ths of a second between Carell and Garva. So Neely Carell, our swimmer from St Andrews, she takes them through early and a 15th of the way through this 1500. And Matilda Garva, 3 100ths of a second after her. Clarissa Goodwin, our swimmer from Camden, is less than a second off, so it's still very, very early in this 1500, but we talked about this before. These first couple of 100 metres is them just finding their space, getting themselves into some clean water, finding their rhythm, finding them go, and Matilda Garva not letting Neely Carell go, and Clarissa Goodwin in a great position. Potentially she could ride the wave of both girls, half of Matilda Garva's and half of Neela Carell, and have a nice cruisy swim, come through in the last 50 and win it.
I feel like this is the battle you get when there's only 3 swimmers in the field. So they have stuck together a lot more. So all these swimmers sitting at that 17:57 to 8:00. So there's only 3 seconds between them. For a 1500, that's not a lot. As Carol leads them through that first 200 in that 2:16.33. Over Garve there in that 2:16.71. And Goodwin in that 2:17.46. So there's really not much between first and third here for a 1500, 200-metre mark.
So you're saying that 3 is good. 6 is twice as good. Surely. My maths is sound as we come down to the 250-metre mark. And very, very close. I thought we may have even had a change of the lead there. I was waiting for those feet to turn over because Matilda Garva is just starting to turn the screws a little bit tighter in her pacing. She was a little bit quicker in that last 50 metres than Neela Carell, but she's still about a third of a second back. But you're right, there is something about 3 racing. It's like when we do swim-offs, and they always manage to swim faster when you've got that one person to beat. It's much easier to focus your energy on one thing rather than it being spread out amongst multiple competitors. So with that focused racing, these 3 swimmers taking on the toughest event, you'd have to argue, in pool swimming. So 4 minutes coming up on the clock and turning at the 350-metre mark. So Carell still leading from Garva and then Goodwin. And you've got to think these girls, what their race tactics were, what they're thinking right now about, no, I'm just happy sitting here, I'll make a break later, or whether one of them is just waiting to absolutely nail it. She's waiting until we get to the 500-metre mark, and then it is on. So on paper, Clarissa Goodwin with the fastest time of 17:57. Matilda Garva with a 17:59, just under the 18-minute marks, and Neela Carell not breaking the 18-minute mark yet. A time of 18:01.06, and the meet qualifying time was an 18:02.6. So she made the qualifying time by a second and a half, and with a lot to prove, Neela Carell is leading this final heat, the 15 to 16 years 1500. But no matter what she does, she hasn't been able to lose Matilda Garva. They are swimming absolutely stroke for stroke. Carell, for one reason or another, just a little bit slower on the odd numbered laps, or the even numbered laps rather, and the odd number laps, so heading away from the start end. Matilda Garva is stronger. So whether that's the way they're breathing or just a quirk of the race, it looks like we've had our first lead change. So Matilda Garva now takes over the lead, only by 0.2 of a second, but it could be a significant move here as we've gone past that 500-metre mark. So we're now into the second phase of this 1500.
She would have seen her training partner, Rose Purcell, in that first heat take that one away from Chandler. So Matilda Garve doing a great job in lane 5. They've got 1/3 of the way through this race, and they're really having a great battle here. Garve and Carroll really battling it out, that 6:26, 6:0, 6:27, 2:0, and Goodwin is still holding on in that 6:29, 6:4. So there's really not much in it as we come down to that 600-metre turn now. The weather here on the Gold Coast is absolutely firing today for this 1500. It's not ridiculously warm out there, so conditions are pretty perfect for this 1500. A lot of these swimmers in the 1500 sometimes go up into the open water. So they might do a 5K or a 10K. Or they swim down and they're able to swim the 800, the 400, and even sometimes the 200. Like we see from Lani Pallister, she goes down to the 100 metres freestyle and goes up all the way into that 1500 that she has the world record in short course. We've had some great distance men and women over the years with Ian Thorpe, Kieran Perkins, Ariana Titmus, Lani Pallister now. Obviously Tracy Wickham with these amazing records that none of our champions in recent years has been able to beat. That's 16:14.93 from 1978. As we come to the 700-metre turn now, Garve still holding in front, and she's extended on that lead, and that battle now is with the second and third position. Garve turning through in that 8:14.81, that 8:17.63 for Carroll, and that 8:17.95 for Goodwin there as they really battle it out in that second, third position. But Matilda Garve has held on to this lead for a while now and trying to keep extending on that. She probably has 5 metres on these girls currently, as she will come down to that 800-metre mark.
And that lead that Garva has been able to get here, it's about 4 or 5 seconds on Goodwin and Carell, but it's just been slowly chipped away. Looking at the splits, she's been consistently holding that 35 highs. Been a couple of 36s in there, but the others in the race are just that little bit further back. They've been consistently holding 36s with a couple of 37s. So that consistency is the key in the 1500, and every little half second here and every little half second there makes a huge difference. So every time they're pulling through on the water, every time they take a breath, every time they kick, they've got to make sure that they're getting the most out of that energy, and they're using the energy as efficiently and as wisely as possible, because they've got to spread it out over all 30 laps. And now down to the 850-metre mark. They're well past the halfway mark, 100 metres past the halfway mark. And Garva is just extending her lead out that little bit more. So still holding 35s to 36s. And super consistent. We saw this the other day. You were calling out the great names of distance swimming. And Sam Short is definitely one of those names. We saw how consistent he was in his 1500, holding splits virtually identical down to the 100th of a second, and was doing it lap after lap for his 30-lap 1500. And that consistency holds true for so many. So now, at the 900 metres down, we're almost into the final third of the race. And one more turn to go in this middle section before we get into the last 500. Last 500 is often where we seem to make a few breaks. We'll see the kick coming on. And I've got to say, Matilda Garva almost looks like she's picked up the pace a little bit. So she's looked up and seen that there's only 11 laps to go for her, 9 laps next time she comes around. And trying to pick up the pace as best she can. Goodwin is doing everything she can to keep on. And Neela Carell, our early leader, she was doing such a good job at the start. She was holding 36 seconds. They sort of started to turn into 37s. And they've eventually turned into 38. So you can see how that consistency is a really key part to holding together a 1500.
Goodwin seems to be making quite the move here on Garva, holding on in lane 4 there. She's really powering through now through this 1500. So there's 500 metres left to swim. They've got 9 laps as they come down to that 1,050-metre mark. And I wonder if Garve can hold on to this lead that she has produced. She was extending on that lead, but I feel like ever so slightly Goodwin is just reeling her back in. So we'll come down to that 1,100-metre mark. So only 400 metres left to swim. So the battle now comes from Goodwin in 4 to see if she can take over from Garve in 5.
As we come down here, you'll see coming into view the backstroke flags. Left them up, and there's a fair breeze coming through, and you can see the direction it's heading down towards the start end. And looking at the times, more often than not, the times coming back this end are just a tiny bit faster than the times heading back up to the turn end. And the wind could be a big part of that. So they make a difference of up to half a second. And so those consistent times, taking out that wind variability, absolutely bang on. So Garva now with less than 400 metres to swim. That gap going back, we'll keep an eye on it, see whether Goodwin's charge is making a dent on Garva's lead. So it's come down to 3.5 seconds or thereabouts, about 3.3 seconds. Carell now coming in to her turn at the 1150 mark. She's about 15 seconds back off Goodwin. So it really is, for this final race, a battle between 4 and 5.
So they're coming down to that 1,200 metre mark now. So 300 metres left to swim. And that distance that Garvey had on Goodwin has now shortened quite a lot, as Goodwin is trying to catch up to her. She's only 3 seconds behind our leader, Matilda Garvey. She's doing a great job of trying to reel her back in. She's probably got the stronger kick out of the both of them. So Garvey holding on to the lead, but just slightly in front of Goodwin. That's really fighting back, and we'll see if that time difference changes as they come into that turn now. You could see Goodwin there. Have a look to see how many laps to go. So 5 laps to go for these swimmers as they come down for the 1,300 metre mark. That gap is closing for Matilda Garvey.
It was 3.3. It's down to 2.7. I know that doesn't seem like a lot, but we're talking about chipping away at tenths of a second each time. As she gets closer, though, she's going to see, she's looking out the side now towards Garva. She's going to see bubbles in the water. She's going to start seeing feet very soon. And that's going to be a huge advantage, a huge inspiration for her to motivate her on. So they turn now. You can see those backstroke flags with a strong breeze heading in that direction. So almost identical 50-metre times, 36.8 for both of the girls there. So that time hasn't changed. And if anything, it looks like Garva has picked up the pace. So just as Goodwin was coming up to her, it looks like Garva has responded and has picked up that pace. You can see there just that little bit quicker through the stroke and a little bit bigger through the kick as she comes in. So let's have a look at the time here. 16:08.3 and 16:11.04. So we're looking at about 2.7. So it's been fairly consistent. Both girls again swimming that 36.8 in that 50. So the bells are going to come out on this next lap. We've only got 3 laps to go, so the bells will come out with 2 to go, and Garva has done a fantastic job. It was a very valiant effort from Clarissa Goodwin to try and catch her. She's got very close, but with 100 to go, I'm not sure if she's got the legs in her to do it, but stranger things have happened. Now, a gap of 2.6. It has marginally got tighter, but with 2 laps to go, it's a big ask for Clarissa Goodwin to get over the top of Matilda Garva. So still holding 36 highs on their time. And the bell rings for Neela Carell.
$50 metres left to swim. Garvey holding on to this lead. We thought she was going to get caught by Goodwin there, but she has powered through this last 100 metres. She sits at that 17:20.98. Goodwood in that 17:23.83, and Carroll in that 3rd position in 17:11.67.
She's sprinting now.
She's absolutely sprinting.
She's absolutely nailed the last 50.
She had too much left over in the tank, so she's burning it out right now as she comes down to that touch. Garvey will take out this 1500 in 17:53.90. Goodwin is second to the wall in that 17:58.06.
Matilda Garva, she was holding 36 mid to highs the whole way through the race. Her last 50 was a 32.9. She took 4 seconds off her average split time in that last 50. That's how fast she went through everything at that last 50. Absolutely incredible as Neela Carell comes down to touch in 3rd place.
Unfortunately, the touchpad just didn't notice that time, so we'll just have to wait for that time to come through from Carell there in lane number 3. Our swimmer from St. Andrews. Looks like it was just the touchpad. Maybe just wasn't hit hard enough. Sometimes those ladies just at the very end They stretch out so much that their fingertips touch the wall, but there's not enough power behind that.
I'm not surprised. After 1,500 metres, I would be struggling just to breathe. So
Garvey could have gone through the wall.
Garvey almost did go through. That was absolutely crazy, the speed that she was able to generate. Surely she could have held a slightly higher average pace in the previous 50s when she just swam 4 seconds quicker than her average. So the time now is through for Neela Corella, 18:28.01. So that is all the times official for our final race. They'll come up on your screen and we will bid you adieu for this morning. And there are the times. So we are back tonight for the finals here at day 5 of the Australian Age Championships here on the Gold Coast, the Gold Coast Aquatic Centre. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage this morning. Join us again at 6 p.m. tonight, live on 9 Now. Until then, have a great afternoon. We'll see you then.
This has been another presentation from Nine's Wide World of Sports.